theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we rarely frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, it is JulieBDeepDives, and we are going to be diving into from season 2. We are now on season 2, episodes 3 and 4, and it has been a hell of a rewatch. We're blowing through these fast now. We have quite a bit left to get through, but we're going to do it in time for season 4 because I think it's important to rewatch every single episode and not just the 10 that MGM said are must-watch episodes. I think that you should watch all of them if you want to really be prepared for season 4. I'm picking up on all kinds of ideas and insights, especially watching them after the full trailer came out, because now we're watching them through a different lens. We're watching them knowing clues that have been put out there for season 4. And, you know, it really is changing the way I'm looking at things already. You know, just the clues that we got in the trailer on what could be happening in season 4 are really reshaping the way that I am looking at things during this rewatch. So we're going to be getting into 2 episodes tonight. And, you know, we just did the other night, episodes 1 and 2, the really explosive start to season 2, and things slow down a bit. This is kind of the pattern that the show follows. It starts with a bang at the beginning of the season, something explosive, and then it seems to slow down. But in my opinion, that's where things start to get interesting in a whole different way, because we get lore dumps, we get insights into how this place works, we get people investigating and asking questions about all the crazy shit that's happening. So for me, sometimes some of the best moments and some of the most thought-provoking, quotes come from these slower episodes, I guess you could say. Not that they're boring or uneventful. And I don't mind that the monsters are not in them. I mean, I don't need the monsters to enjoy the show. I think the mystery is the most important thing to me. And this is where you start digging into the lore. Once the monsters go away and things settle down, people start digging, people start asking questions, and that's where the puzzle pieces begin to start fitting together, and you get more clues as to what could be going on as the characters are exploring. We're exploring with them. So that's what happens in these 2 episodes. Notably, episode 4 has the first appearance of Ghost Katri, one of the most popular features of the show. I think everybody loves Ghost Katri, and it's one of the most hotly debated things in the fandom as to like what exactly these ghost entities are, and you know, it's ambiguous. It's ambiguous as to whether they're part of the minds of these people, or they're just part of their conscience. Boyd with Ghost Katri, Jade with Ghost Tom, and of course Boyd with Ghost Abby, but that seems to be a different thing. I don't think anybody could say that's part of Boyd's conscience or his mind. I think that's the evil entity 100%. Ghost Abby is a projection of the evil entity. Whether or not Katri is, well, I have my opinions on that. I mean, I tend to think that it is part of the entity, and I'll start getting into why when we get to that episode, but it starts with the very first appearance of him on the show. He appears with a chessboard, and he points a chess piece at Boyd as if to taunt him in his face that he is being manipulated like a chess piece. He's trying to convince Boyd not to tell Kenny that Sarah left the door open so his dad got killed. It's bad advice. I don't think that it was smart. And I don't know if the real Katri would have told Boyd that, because Sarah can't be trusted to keep her mouth shut. And it's better that Boyd would have heard that Kenny would have heard the truth from Boyd and not from Sarah, which is what ends up happening and breaks Kenny's relationship with Boyd. The lie can be worse. Like the lie can be worse than the actual crime. The cover-up can be worse than the crime. And that's the thing. He broke Kenny's trust because he lied. He didn't tell him the truth. That was even worse than the betrayal of protecting Sarah and working with her. The sin of omission. So I don't think it was good advice. And just the way he acts, every time he shows up, I just have to question what is going on here. Is this really beneficial for Boyd? There are elements that are just sinister to his presence for me. But I'm not 100% married to that. I have an open mind, and every time he pops up, I watch it with a critical eye. And his most recent appearance in the show at the end of season 3, it was good advice, telling him not to torture Elgin. So, you know, it kind of made me think, well, maybe it is somehow a projection of Boyd's conscience, because it was good advice, you know, saying that this place would start breaking him more if he tortured Elgin. And it's true, you know. So, yeah, I go back and forth, but that's going to be part of episode 4, which we'll get into later. First, we're going to start with episode 3, but before that, let's say hi to the chat. You'll hear the treadmill in the background here. I'm going to get off of it now, actually. And I'm done with that now, so we won't have to listen to that anymore. Hey, Debbie. Nice to see you. She popped in to just say hi. I'm having a great stream. That's awesome. Debbie doesn't keep the kind of strange hours that we do. So that was nice of Debbie to say hi. And Adorned by Charisse was also here earlier. It was nice to see her. Lovely, lovely Charisse. There is Amy. Hey, Amy. Amy at Pixie Vine TV. That is one of Amy's channels. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hope everybody's doing well. Here's Recon. Nice to see you. Hey, Miss J. And there's a new one, JW. Welcome, JW. And if you're just joining us, please hit the like button. And if you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing. I am almost at 2.1K. I just need a few more subscribers to reach 2.1K now. My next little benchmark, is bit by bit, raising those numbers up. So I think I'm 9 subscribers away from 2.1K now. We reached 2.2K just a couple weeks ago. So please hit that like. It really does make a huge difference. It helps people find the stream. And another thing that makes a big difference, especially for small creators, is hyping live streams once they're over. There's a hype button that does appear once the live stream ends, and videos. Even more important than that, hyping the videos that I put out. I put out one this week on Jade in the cave, what I think is going to happen to Jade in season 4, those cave scenes, what the monsters are going to do with him, and who the identity of that corpse is. And, I really appreciate everybody who watched that video and commented, hyped it. It really does make a big difference. I've watched in real time as the hypes have caused the video to get seen by more people. It basically told YouTube to push it out in the algorithm to more people, thanks to people hyping it. And so I'm steadily seeing it climb just a little bit by little bit, whereas normally at this point that video would have stagnated. Like, the videos, they climb for me for a few days, and most of the views they're going to get are done within a couple of days. But thanks to people hyping it, it's actually still climbing a little bit, maybe a couple hundred streams, a couple hundred views every day. And so, bit by bit, it's still racking up views thanks to those hypes. So thank you so much. If anybody hasn't watched it, it's one of the latest videos on my channel. It's called Huge Reveal for Jade in the Cave. And it's linked in the description of this. Don't mind my getting ice water in the background. It's linked in the description of this video, of this stream rather. So you can check it out there if you haven't. It's only 11 minutes long. It's kind of a short one for me. And, just a quick theory. After that, I put out a live highlight this week discussing whether or not Jim could be, the man in yellow could be shape-shifting into Jim, and the evidence for and against that. That's a highlight clip from one of our live streams from this week. I released it as a standalone video, and that's doing pretty well too. So thanks for watching that. And if you haven't seen it and you didn't get a chance to watch that replay, that's there too. You can check it out in the description of this stream. And that is something I'm going to try to do on a regular basis, because I understand that not everybody has the time to devote to a 5 to 7 hour live stream like we do here. So I'm going to try to pick out best moments, favorite moments, best ideas, and put them into highlight videos from live streams, bite-sized videos for those kinds of people who can't be here for such a long time and miss out on some of the best moments that we have. So, also, let's see, there's the Discord. You can join the Discord if you're not in there already. We've got a few new members now sharing theories. You can keep the conversation going in there. I'd love to hear from your theories, hear about your theories, that is. And you can share stuff that you can't fit in the live chat here. If there's ever anything that you really want me to discuss on a live stream, you can share it in the Discord, tag me, and ask me to discuss it on the live, because I know with the short character limit, it's very difficult to fit theories about a complex show like this into the chat. So if you ever want your theory discussed on a live, you can put it in there in the Discord, tag me, ask me to discuss it, and I'll see where I can fit that in. But because I know my theories are long, and I always had trouble fitting them into the chat. So it's another way that you can interact. And we do watch parties in there. We are going to be doing season 4 watch parties every week at midnight when the episodes drop as soon as season 4 begins. And yeah, our last night we had a fun watch party with our friend Doug Hughes. He streamed his latest TV appearance, which was an episode of Murdoch Mysteries for us, and we had a good time. And after that, we had a voice chat with Doug. So that was really fun. We very much enjoyed it, and he'll definitely be joining us for more watch parties in the future too. He's a friend of the channel, and it's, he enjoys it, hanging out with the fandom, and we appreciate it. Hey there, Anon. Nice to see you. Hey, Miss Joan. Hey, Jordan. Julie B. Crew. Let's see who else is here. We've got Noah King. Nice to see you, Noah. Hey, Trace. Jehovah Sins. Kelly. Welcome. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Let's see. Incognito. Hey there. Incognito was at our watch party last night and got to chat with Doug in the voice chat. Shout out to Incognito. You did a great job talking to Doug, and he appreciated it. He enjoyed talking to everybody. Hey, PR. Yes, we're at the beginning. You didn't miss us this time. I know sometimes people come in at the end and think that they're at the start of the live, but I play this video in the intro and outro. So I always feel bad when that happens. Anon says, I like the monsters. Yeah, I do too. I like the monsters, but I don't mind when we have episodes where we don't see them. We'd have monster overload. They'd kind of take the shock value out of them if we saw them in every episode, I think they use them enough. Just enough. Daryl, I agree. I liked the opening scene between Boyd and Ellis in episode 3, seeing how they are now that they have reconnected. But I do have a bone to pick with Ellis in that scene, so I'll get into that when we get to the breakdown. Ghost Katri. So Anon says Ghost Katri and Ghost Tom seem to be there to help them work through things. Right. So there's evidence to suggest that they might be there to help. It's a little hard to tell sometimes for me though. Yeah, the chess piece. It's really interesting. It's an interesting scene, Miss J. It's an interesting scene. We'll get there. Daryl says, if the show didn't have great character moments that we get in these 2 episodes, the show would be nowhere near as good. Oh, yeah. It's if the show didn't have such great characters, then these episodes would be a snore. Anon says the real Katri gave bad advice. He said Frank had to go in the box. Good point, Anon. I think that was bad advice. That's a good point. Daryl says Boyd questioning if anything was real at Abby's grave was a great scene. Absolutely. Yeah, season 2 is so good. Yeah, this whole season, Boyd is questioning reality, and I think that was a point of the evil entity. The evil entity wanted him to question reality to make him a less effective leader, which would hurt the whole town because they need him to survive. And Daryl is with Randall. I wouldn't like people going through my stuff. I wouldn't like it either, but I wouldn't kick the shit out of somebody for doing it either. I'm not with that part. I think he didn't need to beat the guy senseless. Anon says Katri and Tom are personal hallucinations of some sort. Other people can't see them. I don't think they are sent by the evil entity. I'm not sure they are true ghosts. They seem more hallucinatory. Yeah, we call them Ghost Tom and Ghost Katri, but I don't think most of us think they're literal ghosts. It's just what we call them because they're not the living versions anymore. Hey, JT Moore. Just came from the Sci-Fi Vision rewatch. Shout out to Scarlet. Yeah, shout out to Scarlet. Let's see. Hey there, everything broke down. Nice to see you. The short live clips, highlight videos are an excellent idea, Julie. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to start trying to do that on a regular basis now that I know how to do it. And I only wish I had done it sooner because so many great moments are now buried in many, many hours of replays. Anon says the Discord is worth joining. We had a great evening with Doug last night. Incognito blessed us with an amazing discussion with Doug. Absolutely. It was a great time. We really enjoyed it. I mean, where else can you hang out with an actor from our favorite show? Doug Hughes joins us. I mean, it was a really nice time. PR says, I'll tell you why the man in yellow isn't shapeshifting into Jim. Yeah, and I agree on that, by the way. He didn't have to shapeshift to become Martin or Abby. He normally just manifests himself as he wishes. Yeah, I think that it is a shape-shifting entity, but I don't think he's shifting into Jim right now. So but I present the for and against. I try to be objective in that highlight clip, and I try to be objective and just present the case for and against, but I come down on the side of not shifting into Jim personally. He does look like he's turning into something, though. I mean, based on what he's doing in the trailer, it looks that way. Hey there, Orglock Gaming. Welcome, welcome. He's about to transform himself into his original form, into something very similar to Pennywise the Clown. Yo. Interesting. Yeah, I do think that this is awfully similar to Stephen King's It. A little too similar, if you ask me. I don't really care for that. I think that they run the risk of plagiarizing a little bit from that if they keep going this route, because it looks like this is an ancient evil entity that, I mean, it feeds on people's fear and suffering, and now it's a shapeshifter too. That's a lot like It. Just saying, that was an ancient entity too, and a shapeshifter, and it fed on people's fear. Anyway, Daryl says I just called them fake Tom and Katri. That's another way to call them that, to refer to them. But I think that most of the fandom calls them ghosts, even though I've never met anybody who thinks they're actually literal ghosts. Yes, this is the start of Jim's experiment theory, indeed. So let's get into the breakdown. We'll start with episode 3. Let's see, where is it? This Way Gone. Not This Way Gone. That's episode 4. Episode 3 is Tether. It's called Tether, which has a double meaning. A lot of titles in the show have more than one meaning. They love to do that. And the tether part represents the literal meaning is Kelly being tethered to the tree with a piece of rebar. And but the deeper meaning, the symbolic meaning, is that everyone, in order to survive, the people who survive there, they have some sort of tether. They have some sort of anchor that keeps them from breaking. Something inside themselves that they hold on to, that it keeps them going. And Boyd says that Ellis needs to be that thing for Fatima. He doesn't use the word tether, but that's basically what he's saying that he needs to be, which is very insightful and great advice. And the episode opens with Boyd looking in the mirror at his worms crawling in his arm. Really gnarly stuff. And he takes a long, hard look in the mirror too, which is, it's a frequent theme in this show, reflecting in the mirror. And I think it happens when these people are reflecting on what they're becoming because of this place. And Boyd in the season 4 trailer is going to be looking in the Colony House mirror at what he's becoming, taking a long, hard look, reflecting literally and figuratively on what he's becoming. In the trailer, it says, "Become what you fear, fear what you become." That's a huge theme of the show. It's the evil entity in this place is trying to break everyone. And by break, it doesn't just mean breaking them emotionally, mentally. It also means, more importantly, breaking their character, their moral compass, and making them into monsters, figurative monsters, making them do things they would not normally do. And that's the goal. And it targets the most helpful people to do this to, because those are the kind of people who will help other people survive and could potentially even help everyone find a way home in the end. So they become the biggest targets. And the biggest target of all is Boyd, naturally, because he's Mr. Fish and Loaves. He's the most helpful. He has helped the most people survive in this place. He is trying the hardest to try to find answers and get people home, at least he used to. Starting in season 1, he started to try to find those answers again and venture out into the woods. He did take a break from that after he had to shoot his own wife. But now he's investigating again, looking for answers, trying to find a way home. So he gets targeted the most. He is the most helpful person that this town could possibly have. And he provides for them with the most scant of resources. So now, he's starting to break more and more. He just came out of the dungeon dream state, and his mind is completely just like it's not all there. He is questioning his sanity, and so he's breaking bit by bit, and now he's looking at himself like what is he becoming. And normally they do this with the colony house mirror. I've pointed that out a number of times. With the gold mirror, they had Jasmine Monster looking in it, looking kind of sad actually for a moment as she tried to get blood out of her collar after she just murdered Kevin, and she was looking at as if she was reflecting on what she's become. She used to be a human being, now she's a monster, literally. And then we had Fatima looking in that same mirror in season 3 as she was carrying the smiley pod that forced her to murder Tilly. She was becoming a monster because of this place. And Elgin looked in that same mirror as he was pumping his own blood to feed to Fatima, who he had kidnapped. This place was making him into a monster. Another helpful person. And Fatima is also an extremely helpful person too. A beacon of hope. And yeah, Boyd is now the main one we're going to be watching in season 4, who is devolving into a monster. That's how this place works. And it ultimately, when it can break down people until the point where they're doing monstrous things, the cycle is complete. They've turned more people into monsters, just not literal monsters this time. And I think when it gets bad enough, if this place pushes people to the point where they do truly horrific things to each other, like perhaps Christopher, maybe in 1978, trying to sacrifice Victor and Eloise, I think that's probably something that happened. If the place can break people down to that point, then it's drained them of all their goodness, and it just wipes the board clean and starts over. The cycle is complete. It's created new figurative monsters this time, and that's it. It starts over. That's how I think that it works. It's amazing how much insight you can glean from a single trailer if it's really well made. And I've already, obviously been reflecting on these themes before the season 4 trailer, but that trailer really drove home those themes. If you're somebody who's watched this show and paid close attention and you watch that trailer, you get so much insight, that so much messaging that backs up these points that the show has been making about becoming what you fear, fearing what you become, having that text on the screen, and seeing Boyd like being accused of being a monster and then looking in the mirror. It really keeps driving home those themes. I think that trailer was actually a masterpiece. It was perfectly put together. Anyway, so I always tend to drift back onto the subject of the trailer when we're supposed to be talking about the the rewatch, but it's easy to do because that trailer was spectacular. Let's see. Recon says, I love how you pointed out Man in Yellow shedding his yellow suit in the painting in Victor's shed. In Victor's shed? Wait. What do you mean, Recon? What do you mean in Victor's shed? Anon says, I'm not seeing PR's chat messages. Is it possible I blocked that person somehow? If so, how do I find that and unblock them? I wouldn't have done it on purpose, and I don't know how to fix it. That's odd. Can anyone else in the chat see PR's messages? Let me know if you've been able to see them. Maybe somebody accidentally timed him out. It's possible somebody accidentally hit a button and timed him out. That can happen sometimes. I'll watch the chat and see. David, hey, nice to see you. David says that the tether is acting like the spinning top in Inception and the unicorn origami in Blade Runner. Yeah, absolutely. Great analogies there. I mean, great comparisons. The town is the mirror. Nice, Recon. David says, keeping them grounded in their reality. Yes. Daryl says, I don't see some people's messages and I haven't blocked anyone. Oh, check in your live chat. Check in the chat on the top if you have top chat or live chat selected. If it says top chat, click on it and select live chat, and that will show all messages. Sometimes the thing defaults to top chat and it doesn't show you everybody's messages. That might fix it, Anon. Recon says, I think you are meant to cut the tether. Leave behind the trauma of the past that holds everyone back. Oh, interesting. Okay, so maybe you should cut the tether. Well, you definitely shouldn't hold on to the trauma of the past. Absolutely. That's holding Victor back. Definitely. Okay. So let's see. Recon says, I had it set the same. Now I see everyone. Yay, I'm glad my confusion helped others. Daryl says, as long as you see me, you can see me. That's the most important thing. Oh, so humble. David says, when you just watch the trailer and listen to the words juxtaposed to the images in real time, there are many connections made. I don't know why I can't talk right tonight. What is wrong with me? I'm like tripping over my words here. Yes, I agree, David. Peach truck. Oh, okay. I was like, what shed does Victor have? Okay, let me go back up to your message. The man in yellow shedding his yellow suit in the painting in Victor's peach truck. Yes. Yeah, if you're talking about, I think I know which thing you're talking about. I'll put it up on screen for a second, because this really, this is not related to the episodes we're talking about. I'll come back to this in just a minute. I just want to point out something really interesting that I can't take credit for this. I'm not the one who noticed this. This was PR left me a comment in on one of my videos saying that this painting must represent the man in yellow shape-shifting. And god damn it, I think it does. Look at it. Look at this. This thing has been in Victor's room, actually. It's been in his room prominently displayed since the very beginning. And look, he's got his arms up in the air, just like the man in yellow had his arms up as he was shape-shifting, as he was transforming in the season 4 trailer. And he's got pale skin. He has got like, it looks like white hair on his head. His eyes look kind of dark. They make Doug's eyes, the lighting makes Doug's eyes look kind of dark in the scenes, even though he doesn't have dark eyes. But I think that's supposed to be the man in yellow evil entity, and he's looming over an image of the town here. This looks like some kind of a map of the town that Victor drew. So he's basically looming over the whole place, implying that he is in control over the whole thing. That is mind-blowing, and it's been staring us in the face the whole freaking time. That is absolutely insane. That is insane. Yes, PR. That blew my mind when you pointed that out on one of my videos in the comments. That is crazy. That definitely looks like the man in yellow entity. Definitely. And this thing has been in Victor's room since season 1. It has been staring us in the face. What is that behind him? That looks like a map of the town that Victor drew. that looks like, so this thing looks like a map of the town. It's hard to really see like a lot of detail, but you see some trees and there are lines between them and some arrows. So I think it's a map of where the faraway trees go. And there are little X's denoting locations where the faraway trees take people, apparently. That's what it looks like to me. So it looks like Victor was trying to map where the faraway trees go. That's what I think that is. And there's the man in yellow entity looming over the whole thing. And it's naked. Just like the man in yellow entity is naked in the trailer. He rips off his clothes as he's transforming. And there are a bunch of numbers here. I can't really make out. I don't know what these numbers could mean. They're not 4 digits. They're only 3-digit numbers. So you know what I think it is? I think they're steps. You know how Victor counts his steps between the trees? I think this might be a log, a very messy one of the steps between the trees, because they're not years. They're not like 4-digit numbers. I think these might represent the number of steps between different trees, perhaps, and how the trees are moving. You know, the trees are moving, and Victor tracks that by counting his footsteps. So right here it says 500, 519, or no, 510, 518, something else, 520, 540, 545. So it starts up here with higher numbers, and then it goes lower and lower and lower. And he had once told Ethan that the trees are moving closer to the town, and that's bad. So it probably starts up here, and then it shows the trees are getting several steps closer each time that he logs it. So I believe that's what that is. And you see there are also some runes that represent trees in other places, like on the talismans and in a map from the Peach Truck, there are some runes down there. But if that is not the goddamn man in yellow entity, I don't know what is. Transforming. That is definitely him. That is him. We've always wondered what the hell this thing is. You know, we used to think maybe it was the boy in white because it's white, but it doesn't really fit. It doesn't look like the boy in white. So this makes a whole lot more sense. This explains it. And there are a bunch of other drawings here. There's a gun. So maybe Victor drew a picture of his own gun. There are 2 kids outside of a window. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be on the window, but there's a window there. And 2 people smiling next to what looks like a corpse on the ground. Yeah, there's a corpse on the ground in that picture up there. There's a Christmas tree. I'm not sure why he drew a picture of a Christmas tree there, but it's there. And but the most interesting thing of note there is obviously that that man in yellow depiction. And then over here there's another area where it looks like he did a diagram of the faraway trees or of other trees and counted the steps. And there's like 200 something, 200 something, 200 something, and then the latest is 232 steps between these 2 trees. And it says Colony House, Diner, Colony House to Diner, Diner to something else. Can't read all of it. Unfortunately, it's cut off, but Zone 2. So he's mapped out this place into different zones, Colony House, Diner. Victor knows things. More people should go look through his room and talk to him. This one has 3 houses with bubbles around them. Each house looks like it's in a bubble. And there's a tree in between and a tree branch in between these houses. I don't really know what that's supposed to mean. A row of creepy smiling people down there. And this picture was released by the art department That's why it looks so clear and high definition. I posted it in my Discord. If anybody wants to look at this high definition image, this is in my Discord under from, I think it's in the Victor's Drawings channel. So, so you can take a look at it there if you'd like. Yeah, I think that could be Miranda's map PR. Could be her map and Victor's calculations on how far apart the trees are. Charles said, "Can't get enough of naked Doug." Oh man, that's funny. Hi, Guimanera. Welcome. Please hit that like button as you come in and help people find the stream. Anon says Victor got a bad marker. The yellow one must have been dry. Yes. MIY hanging dong. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah. So really interesting stuff here. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw that. So thanks for bringing that up in my comment section, PR. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on that, bringing that up again in other lives, because I think that's, oops, it was the wrong folder. That's such a cool discovery. Okay, so let me go back to my folder here for the breakdown. Where is it? It's not the Handmaid's Tale. Where is it? No. Tether. So back to Boyd reflecting. He goes out and he talks to Ellis. And Ellis is incredulous about Boyd's story. Boyd tells Ellis that he went through a tree and wound up somewhere else. And Ellis is like, "So what, you're saying you teleported?" And Boyd says, "Well, no. Well, yes, maybe. I mean, it sounds crazy when you put it that way, but I mean, he basically did teleport. And are we really gonna doubt something like that can happen in a place where shape-shifting monsters come out at night and a magical rock keeps them out of your house? Like, how does anybody doubt anything could be real in a place like that? Seriously, that always drives me nuts when people don't believe each other, when they actually try to share information and they get dismissed, they get disbelieved. It is so irritating, and it discourages the further sharing of information. It discourages them from trying to share what they're going through, and sharing that could potentially help them, get out of here if they continue sharing every last thing, every weird experience. They need to be sharing them, but they don't, because what happens when they do, they're not believed, and people think they're crazy. Like, there should be no incredulity in a place like this. I'm sorry, like that's absurd. But it's a psychological thing. This is their normal. They've lived there for a long time now. And when you live somewhere for a long time, no matter what the circumstances are, even if you're living in really bizarre circumstances, that becomes your normal. I'm living in bizarre circumstances every day. Why? Because I have sorry, I'm trying to plug in my laptop and it's stuck on something. Why? Because I have a mysterious disability that nobody understands. I basically live in the twilight zone all the time. And it's my normal. Hold on a sec. My charger is caught under my laptop. Just give me a moment here. Okay, so I'm living in strange circumstances 24/7 with my disability, but it's my normal. It's my normal, it's all I know. And so you learn to live with something that sounds ridiculous. I can't go to the grocery store and stand in a line because it feels like my legs are going to be ripped in half just standing still. I can go, but I can't be the one to wait in line. I have to keep moving, keep walking. That sounds insane, but that's my normal. And these people are living in a nightmare town where monsters come out at night. And for them, that's their normal. But you start introducing some like rando individual weird experience, and it's like, that's crazy. What are you talking about? You went through a tree and came out somewhere else? For Ellis, that's out of the realm of possibility for this place, for what he knows to be normal. Normal is a relative term. So that's why people are incredulous when they shouldn't be, when it doesn't make any sense to be. I know it's annoying. It's annoying for me, but that's why it's a psychological issue. So yeah, I hate that. Daryl says Christy makes a great speech later in the season talking about how our world is crazy like the sun, but we're just used to it. Yeah, she calls it what does she call it? A whirling ball of fire or something? Something like that. And so what was I gonna say? Yeah, so people are just used to it, so it's their normal. That's a great connection, Daryl. Yeah, the magic ball of fire. That was it. We're hurtling through space on around a magic ball of fire, as she described it. PR. So about that picture I was showing, PR thinks that I always assumed it was the man in yellow, but if those are trees in the picture, that's definitely the boy in white. Every picture of the boy in white has him among the trees. I don't know. I look at the way that stick figure had his arms up in the air, and he's pale. He's pale, and he has white hair, and he looks evil. His eyes look black and evil. I think it's the man in yellow transforming. I think it is. And Daryl thinks it was naked Doug. I think that him being in front of the trees just means that he's controlling this place. He's the big bad in control. Hey, with Alice, nice to see you. Did you try plugging my laptop into the lamp, Julie? No, I didn't, Anon. I should try that. Why don't people plug their phones into the lamp? I don't get it. Yeah, if I were in Fromville, I would. I know they won't get cell service in there, but if they have any downloaded music or videos, you could watch those and listen to the music and look at your pictures, Hey, it would be something. Maybe some games that don't require an internet connection. So PR says the cavern wall always represents the boy in white as a giant tree. The forest trees are normal trees, but the giant tree is the boy in white throughout the drawing. Yeah, you mentioned that before about a giant tree on the cavern wall, and I'm not sure where the tree is. What exactly represents the tree to you? A giant tree on the cavern wall. I'll have to pull that up and look at it again. And if you've never noticed it, the intro of From each week shows only crows and trees at first and shows the boy in white with his mouth shaped like a crow. The intro was always telling us who the boy in white is. No, I absolutely agree with that. Yes, I've noticed that. Anon says people can only manage so much strangeness. They need to normalize what's happening. New weird things are upsetting and unsettling. Agree. Yes. Yes. So yeah. Ellis just shuts Boyd down, and it's frustrating, but and so naturally Boyd doesn't tell him anything else about what happened. He doesn't tell Ellis about the dungeon and Martin chained to the wall talking about what if Abby was right? What if it's all just a dream and being kept alive by worms, giving him the worms? I mean, if Ellis won't even believe that Boyd teleported through a tree, you think he's going to believe the rest of it? So he keeps it to himself. And I think if Ellis had believed him, then Boyd might have shared more information, maybe. But, this experience shows Boyd he can't tell anybody. He can't have anybody questioning his sanity and his leadership because he needs to make sure he keeps people safe and they need to trust him and that he has his shit together. Ellis asks Boyd where Sarah is. He says, I don't know. She said she was going to be right behind me. Ellis says, so you think she's alive? Look, you went through a tree and then what? He's like, then I was back here. Ellis says, how? Boyd says, I got lucky. I found my way. And Ellis is like, if you don't want to tell me, just say that you don't want to tell me. So he thinks Boyd is lying to him. And then he gets really unreasonable, saying, Dad, you said you were going to go out there and find answers, that we were going to find a way home. And now we're back where we fucking started. This was really unfair of Ellis. And if you don't like how Boyd does things, I say get up off your ass and go out there and do it yourself, Ellis. Go out there. Nobody else wants to do it. Go out there and explore for yourself and put your own ass on the line and see if you can tolerate having these fucking worms in your body instead of Boyd. Like, I am so sick of everyone giving Boyd a hard time. It's really irritating. Boyd sacrifices so much for this town and he gets no thanks for it. He put his life on the line to go out there, and now he's suffering with these worms under his skin, and his son is reading him the riot act. Drives me nuts. Like, if you don't like it, go do it yourself. If you don't like how Boyd does things, nobody else could take on this leadership role the way Boyd does, and Ellis sure as hell couldn't. So anyway, rant over. So Boyd realizes something must be really wrong, that something bad happened while he was away. So he says, Ellis, talk to me. What happened? He's a good dad. Ellis says, last night it got really bad. I feel like the people that make it here. So he's talking about it got really bad with Fatima. Fatima kind of snapped and screamed at the monsters and banged on the window, flipping them off, swearing at them. Because they were killing off some of the newcomers from the bus. And Ellis says, I feel like the people that make it here, it's because there's a part of themselves that they hold on to. And I just think, last night I feel like I saw that piece of her start to slip away. He's absolutely right. Now, this is where the title Tether comes in. You tether yourself to something. There's some piece of yourself that you hold on to. And that's how you survive here. And Fatima is starting to lose her grip on that tether. Boyd says, then it has to be you. You have to be that piece of her that this place can't take away. That's how we get through this. Even if we lose our way, we hold on to each other. We keep trying till we get home. I love that message that Boyd always conveys, that they can only get through this together. In season 3, he said, the only way we go home is together. They need each other. They need to work together and hold on to each other. And when they can't hold on to hope anymore and they're losing their hope, they hold on to each other instead. That's another quote from season 3. And that's a beautiful way to describe, how you get through really brutal times. You have a support system. You hold on to that support system, that tether, and you can get through by leaning on each other. And he says, this place will not win. You understand me? Win. There's that game terminology that he uses so often. This place will not win. Like this place operates as a game, which I believe it does. It functions like a game. It functions a lot like a chess game. where, there are two entities using the people like pawns, and that terminology comes up again. I don't know if it's in this episode or episode 4, but it will come up again. So keep that chess idea in mind, and the game terminology, keep that at the back of your mind, because it comes up again 2 other times in these 2 episodes. The show is trying to tell us something about how all of this works. I'm certain of that. And Boyd, he tells Ellis to go see Fatima and be there for her. So Ellis says he's going to go pick the wildflowers she likes. And Boyd says to get her something better than that wire ring that he gave her for an engagement ring. It's not like there's a jewelry store in Fromville, so I don't know how he's supposed to do that. But that was a nice father-son scene. It irked me in the beginning, but Boyd, as usual, is the bigger man, and he set aside Ellis's childishness and the little tantrum he threw, and he just was there for him as a father, and that just speaks to Boyd's amazing character. So yeah, I loved that. They have made up a lot since they mended their relationship. They've come a long way since Colony House versus Town, and they weren't even speaking, and now they're back to being father and son, which is great to see. So moving on from there, so we go over to, well, before I move on from there, I'll just look at the chat real quick. How about that? Recon says, if you don't play the game, you can't lose. The Wire. Yes, definitely fits. Anon, Boyd, you will not win. You will not beat me. Yes, he's constantly using terminology like that. Fromville, challenge accepted. Boyd before he became Yellow Shirt Boyd. Well, he had his yellow shirt in season 1. He's just without it right now, David. But he did have it when he went on his trip through the forest. He had it before that, too. The night of the Colony House Massacre, he was wearing that. Hey there, Brandon. Nice to see you. Boyd is security. Security anywhere is always overlooked until there is an issue. Then you hear, where is security? You work in security, don't you, Brandon? So you would know a thing or two about that, wouldn't you? Recon says Ellis is pissed because he recognizes his father. The town's authority figure is lying to him. I think this is a precursor to how the town will feel when they discover Boyd has been lying. Well, yeah, Boyd is definitely lying by omission right now because he's not telling the full truth about what happened to him. I agree, Daryl. Harold was great in season 1, and he's even better in season 2 because he's losing his shit. He's really losing his grip in season 2. Big time. So Julie, you're being unreasonable to Ellis. I don't think I am. Ellis is just upset about Fatima. Yes, and I understand that, but he's giving his father way too hard of a time. That's really not justified, in my opinion. Boyd doesn't want people to freak out. I understand. I would do the same. And he sounds crazy. Yeah, so that's why he keeps it a secret. And I understand why Boyd does that. David says the boy in white and man in yellow are basically polar opposites of the one thing. And the boy in white and crows are the psychopomp, guides, the self, the duality, light, dark, and the 7 fractures of the self. Love it, David. We hate when our politicians do this to us. Yes, we do, Recon. Anon says, if Boyd didn't challenge Fromville, the people he cares for wouldn't have been punished. I think so, yeah. They try to hurt him through the people he loves. Absolutely. They try to get to him through that. So, okay, so the next scene is over at the clinic. And Jim reunites with Tabitha after his near-death experience under the house. Christy does some stitches on his head and leaves them alone. They ask the kids for a moment alone together, and they have a nice scene. This place is bringing them back together. They're really getting closer as a couple after being on the verge of divorce when they got there. And they share information, which is amazing. He says he thought that she was dead and he can't lose her, and she shares information with him, which is really nice to see. They don't always do that. They don't share enough information in this place. None of them do. She says the wires aren't connected to anything, just dangling from the ceiling under the house. How can there be electricity? And Jim doesn't answer. I wish he did. I would like to hear what he thinks about it, but he just asks how the kids are holding up and says they have so much to talk about, and they say they love each other, and so it appears that they've reconciled as a couple. Like, if they were in the real world, they probably wouldn't even be divorcing now. And over at the bus, Donna is arguing with Randall over his shotgun. She won't let him have it, and he won't give it up. She says it won't do any good against the monsters and will just make everyone nervous. And then Boyd intervenes and lays down the law. Boyd is back in town. He says residents don't carry guns. That's his rule. He made that rule. And he says to Randall, if you want your rifle, you can go live out in the woods and see how that works out for you. But if you want to stay in town, you put the fucking rifle down and listen to the lady. I love when he, really just lets someone have it. It's great. Boyd is just such a badass character. And, I understand why they have this rule. Guns don't do any good against the monsters. And, in a place like this where people are so jittery, it could be really dangerous in a situation like this to have guns there. He says we are in this together, and the only way to get through this is together. That's more language of togetherness and, leaning on each other. And we're not going to get out of this unless we stick together. That's the message. That's the refrain Boyd is always returning to. And one of the colony house hippies there in the background, with a long beard and hair. Over to the diner. Tabitha takes Ethan and Julie to have some dinner. They're now homeless after their house has collapsed. No, it's unclear. Like, I think she says that it's dinner time. At the end of the previous episode, it was morning. So I don't know why it's already dinner time exactly. Maybe it's lunch. I forget. But Tabitha's just come back. Julie spent the previous night sleeping in the diner, and Ethan spent the night at Colony House, and now they've reunited. So Ethan asks to go see Victor, and Tabitha says, no, he's been through a rough few days, so not now. And Ethan hopes Victor isn't mad at him because they were in his room and Jade was looking for clues on how to get home. He asks if he can get their stuff back. He says Norman's in there, under the house. But Tabitha says they can't. So, in my theory, Norman the finger puppet represents Jim. Going back to when they were playing with the finger puppets in the series premiere, Jim is kind of the stand-in for Norman. Because Norman the finger puppet dies, Ethan tells Julie to bring him back, and Julie says she can't. When you're dead, you're gone. He later tells Julie the same about story walking. In season 3, he tells her she can't bring people back from the dead. You can't change a story that's already been told. Well, Norman's already dead, and you can't bring him back according to the story that was told. So I think Jim can't be brought back. And now we hear that Norman the finger puppet is trapped under the house. I think that's more foreshadowing that Ethan will not get Jim back either, just like he's not getting Norman back.
Just a thought. This show loves to do foreshadowing and symbolism, so that's what I'm thinking. That is alluding to. And so from there, Tabitha goes and asks Tian Shen if they can have some clothes and supplies because they lost everything in the house collapse. And she says to come stay at their house. So not only can she get some clothes and supplies, but they can all move in with her and her family, her and Kenny. So she said, like, mothers stick together or something like that, which was nice. And then over at the bus, Donna asks Boyd if he heard about Christy's fiance, saying, not sure that's ever happened before, meaning someone arriving in town who a different person already knows. Boyd has no comment on that. They need to do more discussion of this kind of stuff. He doesn't have anything to say about that. He just asks how the supplies are doing, and she says, not good. The storm wiped out half the crops. They'll have to get serious about rations with the new people joining them. And there were 25 people on the bus with 24 survivors accounted for so far. And so that's going to be a strain on the town. I definitely think the storm was a punishment. And the fact that it wiped out the crops further illustrates that it was a punishment for these people trying to attain too much knowledge, trying to build a radio tower and sending Boyd out into the woods to look for an escape. Knowledge comes at a cost. And so half the crops got wiped out and the storm came in and knocked down their radio tower. Kenny checks the rabbit traps for any potential food sources, and Ellis just is over here picking flowers when he should be helping Kenny with the work. Kenny is understandably annoyed. Then they hear Wake Up Little Susie playing and follow the sound to a phone laying on the ground with an alarm set to play that. It's next to Kelly, who is tethered to a tree by a rod from the rabbit trap. Talk about dark, ghoulish humor from the evil entity. I think that it caused the phone to play Wake Up Little Susie. I doubt that was really her alarm. I'm thinking the monsters were actually responsible for setting the phone up to play Wake Up Little Susie. Ultimately, the evil entity was responsible for it. It's just so creepy because she seems like she's asleep or dead. And then all of a sudden she opens her eyes and the two of them jump a mile because it turns out she's still alive. Really, really funny. Darkly comedic moment. The two of them, like Ellis literally falls over with fright when she actually makes a sound and opens her eyes. Now she's tethered to a tree with a piece of rebar through the same part of her forehead where the Ankui kids have a scar. So I think this is a clue that the Ankui kids, when they were sacrificed, they nailed pieces of iron like this through their heads in that same spot, tethered them to the sacrificial stones. Maybe. Although I don't know how you would do that on a stone, but I mean, why do they all have scars in that same spot on their forehead? Seems like they're trying to tell us something regarding that. Maybe this is a clue. Now over to the chat here. Let's see. Oh, I saw Jen. Hola, everyone. Hola, Jen. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well this Saturday night. And PR says, I laugh about that all the time. The very first time I saw that episode, I automatically knew that Fatima was pregnant. Fatima doesn't know it, but that was her first definite sign of pregnancy. Oh, and maybe when she was yelling and screaming at the monsters. That could be. True, Julie. Good point that they are sharing information. Yes, thank you. Boyd stood on business against Randall. I agree. The Boyd is back in town. They share info, but a lot of it happens off screen. Yes, and Fatima explains this later in this episode, actually, that they do talk about their weird experiences. She says that they have dreams, nightmares, and weird premonitions. She tells Elgin that, but we don't actually see them doing it, and they've kind of given up. They used to do it a lot, and then it didn't get them anywhere, so they gave up basically. But I don't think they should have given up. I think they should have continued, like discussing all of their weird experiences. Sorry, just a second here. Okay, so yeah, I wish we would see a little more of it on screen, like, but well, we get some exposition telling us that they do indeed share more information than we actually realize, and we actually see happening. And let's see, 44 people watching. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button and consider subscribing. I only need 9 more subscribers to get to 2.1k now. My next benchmark. Let's see. Oh, I saw Amy in there. Oh, hey, Scarlet.
Hey. I
I thought maybe you were asleep.
Oh no, I was playing Call of the Lamb with my boyfriend.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know we were having anything tonight, so you know.
Yeah. I decided to stick to the plan for once, and it's either Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, or Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday that I want to stick to. And I had to really cram in the time to watch these episodes again and take the notes, but I really want to get this rewatch done and before season 4. And if we didn't do this, then we'd have to fit in 4 lives 1 week. I think that's too much. So
fine.
yeah, just plunging through here. This
Oh,
episode,
it's my favorite scene with Kelly and the rebar. Yay!
yeah, one of multiple Kelly scenes in this episode. This is the first one.
I always thought they could just cut that thing and then just use her as an antenna on top of Kelly's house.
Yeah,
she was hearing the monsters.
Yeah, she was definitely hearing some entity. Definitely. Anon says, why does Ethan know the story walking thing, but he still wanted her to bring back Norman? Ethan is an unreliable rule person. I think that was because this was when they were on their way into town. He wanted Julie to bring Norman back after Julie said he was dead, but that's before they got to Fromville, and the boy in white chose him and gave him so much insight. I think by saying the boy in white chose him, it means he gave him all the insight that he has into how this place works. And now we can rely on him. That scene, I don't hold that against him when he's like, bring him back, Julie, bring him back, because they weren't in Fromville yet, and he didn't understand how things work. So that's how I explain that. I think it makes sense. So Brandon says, I truly wish that Boyd, being former military, should start communicating with everyone. He is seeing things I am sure he knows others are going through something similar. Right. I mean, you would think, right? Let's be real. Marielle being there is weird. What is Boyd meant to say about that? Yeah, that's true, Daryl, but they should question stuff more when weird stuff happens and be like and like have conversations about it on screen. Like, what is going on? Is some entity choosing us to come here? I think they should show the characters having conversations like that. They could have used the axe to free Kelly from the tree. Yeah, maybe they could have, Anon.
Yeah, they could have cut her off of that thing. I'm just saying.
Yeah. David says, my analysis concludes with from the boy in white and the seven sacrificed is a dark inverse of the Snow White and seven dwarfs mythical structure. Oh, interesting. Smiley is the inverted resurrection, the black sun. Oh, love it. Snow White. Hey, Doug. Doug Hughes in the chat here. Welcome. Nice to see you.
Hey,
You're up kind of late. Usually
yeah,
it's a little.
surprise.
I mean, Doug stays up late. He's on our lives very late, but this is past his bedtime normally. Maybe he just got up for a drink of water or something.
I got excited to hear him Parlez-vous Français on the chat yesterday.
Yeah. Everyone loved the watch party that we did with Doug last night in the Discord and the voice chat that we did after, and it was really cool hearing Incognito talk to Doug in French. It was awesome. We really enjoyed that. It's so cool. It was so nice of you to do that, Doug, and to hang out and chat with the people in the watch party channel. And hopefully we can do that again. That would be really fun if we could watch other stuff that Doug has been in, do another watch party and another voice chat. That would be awesome. See, Daryl says Tony still fully believes his theory. He's gonna eat that shit.
Eat the hot chip.
Doug says, "Oh, nothing short of tactical nukes are going to shake Tony's position." I think that's about right. Yep. Anon says, "Hi, Doug. You were in my dream last night. Don't worry, it was very PG and you were fully clothed. You lived near me and we went to the grocery store together." That's great.
Did you buy a lot of yellow foods? Bananas.
David says the A-B sides of the Mobius strip are also inverted. They originally lived in From. The outside world is the fantasy. The curse is the reincarnation loop. Which fits Lost Highway From analysis of the evil entity removing a complex to reorganize the psyche. Jim is a complex created by the fantasy realm. The man in yellow removes Jim when Tabitha awakens. Oh, that's really interesting, David. It's really subverting our expectations and our face value view of what's happening in the show. It's interesting.
Yeah, I could see the Lost Highway reference with the mystery man. There's a guy in the movie. I know you probably haven't seen it, so I won't spoil for you if you want to see it. But there's a guy that's called Mystery Man.
Oh, okay.
That kind of lives and kind of like the phone call and From. He calls himself, on the phone, and has another character listen to it. Stuff like that.
Oh, interesting. The man with the plan in yellow. Pennywise as a new challenger. Fear the man in yellow, says Brandon.
There's a spider versus spider action like I dream.
Yeah. Dog said he fell asleep in front of the TV, so that's why he's up so late. Doug over here sipping on the season 4 tea as we mere mortals are in the unknown. Yeah,
it's probably delicious.
That's right. Brandon says, everyone goes to the diner. Why didn't Boyd use that chance to ask everyone, have they seen something strange? Let's put notes together. Boyd is not being smart. I agree that they should really do stuff like that. They should be comparing notes.
Plus, they lived there a year. Like Donna lived there a year before. Like they lived there before the Talismans. I mean, didn't they take notes then?
Right.
Anytime.
Yeah. Daryl disagrees. Boyd knows people wouldn't respond well. Remember the last time they spoke to the people at the diner? Yeah, they shouldn't convene the whole town in there like they did in season 3. That just devolved into chaos. They should just have meetings of strategic people, key players in town who should be filled in, and they should have some kind of system where they come forward and they report anything weird that happens to them to Boyd and the other town leaders like Donna.
And no guns at the door.
Yeah. Doug says, speaking of yellow foods, do you know that the composer Eric Satie only ate foods that were white? That's bizarre, Doug. No,
Yeah, I wouldn't have gone everything I ate was orange when I was a kid for some reason. But it included like mac and cheese.
wow. Yeah, of course it did. You were a kid.
I wonder why white. Does the purity of white or something else?
Yeah, that's very odd. Uh, Doug's got to get to bed, so he won't be staying long. Understandable. Hope we can have you on soon, Doug. Definitely early. It won't be a midnight live. But I hope we can have you on as a guest, just to talk from with us at an earlier hour. That would be fun. Doug says Boyd is constantly being put in the position where he's forced to keep info from others. He's always being placed in no-win situations. Absolutely. That is so true. Yes. Constantly doing that. Yeah. I mean, if he had told everybody the crazy shit that happened to him in the dungeon dream state, I mean, I don't think it would have gone over well. And so he was kind of put in a position where he had to keep secrets from everyone. And would they have really believed him? They would have thought he's losing his mind. He saw a vision of Ellis in that. Like, he met this guy chained up in there, kept alive only by worms, according to him, and talking about Abby, saying things he couldn't have known. If he had shared all of that with people, I mean, how would they have reacted? They wouldn't have believed him, and they would have lost faith in his sanity, his ability to lead them. So that's true, Doug. Recon says they need to have town meetings in the church. Yes, that I think that would be smart. Just maybe not the whole town, small groups, so it doesn't turn into chaos like what we saw in season 3. I think that was the writers, basically telling us like, okay, shut up about the town meetings. It wouldn't go well. Here, look what happens. Look what would happen if they convene the whole town. It turned into a mess. And so maybe that was to shut us up, because one of the biggest complaints from the fandom is that they don't have town meetings and discuss everything together. David says from being psychological mythical horror also means Jungian archetypes, monolith horror tropes, and self-journey, annual cycle, the uncanny valley, and the final survivor. Yes, the curse of leadership. You need wisdom. It's true, Recon. One of the titles of the episode, there's an episode in season 4 that's titled "Heavy is the Head." I'm sure that is reference to Boyd. That heavy is the head that wears the crown.
And apparently misquoted to Shakespeare, because it's uneasy as the head. But I think it might be a Shakespeare reference to Henry the 1-5. 1V. It's a little early. I can't even make sense of what that number is.
Yeah. You tell a few people, the more chance info leaks. If Boyd tells people about killing Smiley and coming back to life, that would not be good. Yeah, I don't think that he should share that information. He'd have to admit that he's been keeping that secret for all this time, that he killed a monster, and then they covered it up. So I think it's best if he doesn't tell anybody about that. Yeah, anyway, Doug, we really enjoyed that watch party last night. That was so much fun. Just having a chill conversation after, and getting to hear a couple people unmute and talk to Doug. And I really congratulate Incognito for having the courage to unmute and talk to Doug. And I would really encourage more people to do that. And when we have Doug on, I encourage people to call in and talk to him. Doug would love to hear from you. He enjoys talking to the fandom, and getting to hear people's voices is even cooler than reading from the chat. So, so the next time Doug comes on, I'll make it a call in, and hopefully we can get some more people. Maybe Incognito will come on and chat with him. That would be nice to hear. And Doug says, "Glad you did. I enjoyed it too."
It was explosive, Doug.
It was explosive, yes. Doug's appearance on Murdoch Mysteries, when he said it was going to be explosive, I didn't expect it to be quite so literal. That was amazing.
I'll give you more of a reason to want to tune in to Murdoch Mysteries if you haven't seen it.
Yes. It was darkly comedic, that moment, I have to say. So yeah, if anybody can access it, I recommend checking out Doug's appearance on Murdoch Mysteries. It's called The Hunting Lodge. That was the recent episode that he was featured on. It's on the CBC, and so it's only available in Canada.
Yeah, I signed up for Gem, and now I get the emails, but I don't get the stream for some reason because it says I'm not in the same time zone that I put in. I put in a Canadian code of a friend of mine lives in Windsor, and we are on the same time. And it tells me we're not in the same time zone, and I'm like, that's why they're not streaming, and it's weird.
Oh, okay.
But I get a lot of advertisements for Gem, so hopefully I'll fix it.
Yeah. So yeah, Doug, if you'd ever like to do another watch party with other showing other stuff that you've been in, I'm sure people would get a real kick out of it, and do another little voice chat after.
Yeah, I like to see that movie that Adam directed. Adam Egogan.
Oh yeah.
Oh, definitely.
I'd like to see. I don't know if you're talking about the same movie. He was in a short film where he played a vampire, I think.
Ooh, no, I was talking about I think it was a made for TV movie.
I think it was some kind of vampire, but it wasn't like a traditional thing. It wasn't in the traditional sense. I think it was. I could be remembering wrong, but I think it was something like that. So, I highlighted this, but I didn't read it. Brandon says, if you ever travel through Greensboro, NC, go to the Sheridan. My security will take care of you. Oh, you're so sweet. That's kind of you, Brandon. Thank you. Treating us like family. That's so cool. Let's see. Doug says the guy who played Dawes, the one who was poisoned. So that was Martin. So the guy who plays Martin in From is also in that episode of Murdoch Mysteries. And so he was in there. So that was neat to see him.
I mean, he doesn't have the 2 foot long beard and emaciation.
Yeah, I wouldn't have recognized him. Anand says use a VPN and set it to Canada. It might work. So yeah, that's a way that you can get apps that are only available in other countries. Doug says Scarlett's right. It was a CBC movie made for TV, directed by Adam Egoyan and written by Paul Gross. It's called Gross Misconduct.
Yeah, I want to do a watch party with that movie. I'm going to try to find it.
Yeah, that would be fun. He doesn't have the worms either. Yeah. Yeah. When I knew it was him, I realized I could recognize his voice. That was the voice of Martin. Martin and Manny together, insane. Yeah. So anyway, getting back over to the breakdown.
I should ask Doug if there's any movies where he is a vampire.
Yeah, Doug, am I remembering right? Isn't there some movie where you're some sort of vampire type thing? It's not like a horror movie though. It's like it's odd. It's an indie short film thing. Anyway,
Bloodline. He says it's called Bloodline.
Bloodline. Okay, yeah, I knew it. He says, oh, that's too bad. The short you're referring to, Julie, is a short called Bloodline. Unfortunately, it's not yet publicly available. It's too bad. I'd love to see that. I've seen a clip that's in Doug's acting reel, though. So yeah, the episode that of Murdoch Mysteries Doug was recently on is season 19, episode 18. That's right, and welcome. I think I've been saying this wrong. I think it's actually Wall S Tech. No, Wall Street. Is it Wall Street Tech? I think.
Yeah, it looks like Wall Street Tech.
Wall Street Tech. I've been saying Walls Tech because I've been
That's fine. Like Football Infinity.
Yeah. Oh, it's actually episode 17 that he's in of Murdoch Mysteries, and he says in Bloodline he's a vampire, but the vampirism is really a metaphor for addiction. That's cool. Doug loves playing monsters, so that's like the closest he's really done to playing some kind of horror character, but it's not a horror movie. It's not
Except for like Marley.
Mm.
You play Marley in A Christmas Carol?
Oh, yeah, that's right. On the stage. Yeah.
Yeah. Sinister.
Yeah, that's the only. Yeah, it is technically horror, and it's the only horror thing he'd done in ages before From came along. So back to this now. I left off with. So I think
we rebar in our head. Oh, good. We're past that now. Thank God.
Yeah, finished that scene. Now it's Victor is very upset to find that his room has been ransacked by Jade. And was it really necessary to trash his room like this just to look around for for clues? Jade, I mean, I know he thought Victor was dead. He assumed Victor was dead, but have some respect for the dead then, like don't trash his stuff. That's just rude. There's that yellow chair that Jasper sat on as he was trying to get him to talk in season 3. Remember that?
Oh yeah, he's got his arm up on it.
Yeah, he sat in that yellow chair. I used it as one of my thumbnails. So,
by the way, Doug's saying goodnight, so I'll say goodnight to Doug here.
Oh, thanks for letting me know.
He did play Dracula. I forgot he played Dracula way back when too.
Okay. Good night, Doug. Sleep well. Hey, welcome, Papa Socks. He says, good evening, all and panelists. I have a question. Is there any possibility that after all we know now that this girl's boyfriend is actually alive? I would say that it's possible. With this show, nothing's impossible. Just like I think Eloise, who was presumed dead, I think she's alive. But I don't see the real benefit to revealing Brian is alive. I don't know, like, where they could go with that plot wise and why it would be worth exploring. Personally, that I do think it's odd that they never found Brian's body, though.
I thought it was a situation where she watched him be tortured in front of her. Am I wrong about that?
Yes, but they never found his body.
Oh. Okay.
She said that they made me watch, but they never found his body. So that's the thing. And she didn't say what they did to him exactly.
Yeah. So he could be the body in the cave that Jade finds as well. Maybe.
Could be. Some people have that theory, yes. Yeah. I'm still 100% Team Toby on that.
Yeah, that kind of makes more sense, but you never know.
So over here, moving forward now, Clara pops up once again. Yeah. She's popping up all over the place these days. She says, yeah, she says she's glad he's okay, and she saw Jade and the Matthews boy there last night. So she's popping up everywhere, and she always seems to be keeping tabs on where people are. So I understand the Clara mole theories, but I still don't think that there is a mole. I don't think so.
No,
but
I just think she's one of the myriad of people that has lost an eye or almost lost an eye on the show.
Yeah. And so he goes to find Jade, and he hears this gorgeous violin playing by David Alpay, who's truly a violinist in real life. Absolutely beautiful, ethereal violin playing. And Victor stops and listens to it for a few moments. It touches him because his mother used to play the violin, and he hasn't heard it in all this time. And that's just so sad. So he knocks on the door and demands, like a little kid, that Jade give back his violin, and tells him not to go in his room. So yeah, he's like, give me back my, it's like a kid, like, give me back my toy, and, stomping off. But obviously, yeah, Jade is wrong, and Jade says he thought he was dead, and, otherwise he wouldn't have done that, but then he runs off after Victor, and apologizes, saying that he found a book of symbols that this guy drew, and he's seeing them everywhere, that symbol. So he says, there's got to be a reason I'm seeing this everywhere. This guy, he must have been seeing it too. And then he shows him this picture. Look, right in the back. It's you, right? Maybe in some fucked up way, this could be the key to getting the hell out of here. This is where I think Christopher went wrong, thinking that symbol and the visions that go along with it could be the key to getting out of there. I remember that Ethan said bad symbols can make you do bad things. And it's important to know whether the symbol is a good symbol or a bad symbol. Well, I think that symbol and the visions that came with it eventually gave Christopher the notion that he needed to sacrifice children to get out of there. I think Christopher probably saw a vision, much like Jade saw, of children on sacrificial stones and that symbol along with it. And he eventually put 2 and 2 together, thought he needed to sacrifice kids to get out. And so essentially that bad symbol made him do a bad thing, made him try to kill Victor and Eloise. And that's why Miranda told them to hide from him. And so Jade is kind of following that dangerous path right now, saying that maybe somehow this symbol is a key to getting out of this place. And he's right to be, following this line of inquiry, but he's got to make sure he doesn't get the wrong idea from these visions. And I was worried, to be honest, before season 3, when I was theorizing about all this, I was worried that after seeing that vision of the kids on the stones and that bad symbol that can make you do bad things, I was worried that he was going to lose his mind. His mental state had been declining, and that's why he gets more and more disheveled, reflecting his declining, sanity. And I was worried that he would snap like Christopher and wind up trying to sacrifice Ethan. But I'm not anymore. I think that he's going to escape that fate. He's going to resist it. He's going to resist the madness, and he'll figure out what the visions really mean. That they're showing him his past lives and how they failed and how it all started, the kids on the stones. And it's not about trying to sacrifice kids to get them out, to get themselves out. I don't think that he's going to go that route. I think that he'll go dark, that he will struggle and maybe come closer to breaking like everybody else. But I don't think he's going to break in the end. Dark Jade. Daryl says Dark Jade is coming. Julie, you should still be worried. No, I mean, I don't think. I know he's going to struggle. Don't get me wrong. I do think he's going to be dark, and he will, start losing his sanity. But he won't ultimately do it. He's not going to try to sacrifice Ethan. I would take that to the bank. So let's see. Daryl, Anon says Jade needs some psych meds. He seems a bit manic depressive. He sure does. Yeah, I think he does. Seriously. And I completely agree with who was it that said that there's no need for a mole. The town knows all. No need for a mole. Yeah, I agree, Anon. David says an ancient evil entity wouldn't need a mole. Exactly. I've said all along that this place doesn't need a mole. It knows all and can see all. It can see and hear them wherever they are. We've seen so much evidence of that. Boyd yelled, "You don't break me," way out in the middle of the woods, and the monsters later repeated that line back to him. There's something watching them. Katri buried a candy bar and something was watching him. Nobody was around, but Sarah later drew that exact candy bar. So does this kind of entity need a mole? I don't think so. Hanan says, I wish they kept Trudy over Clara. Yeah, no shade to Clara, but I agree. I just like the character of Trudy better. I think she's funny, and I just like her personality better than the way that Clara is written. Clara doesn't really have a personality. She's just kind of a mouthpiece for the audience, I think. Jade called Ethan a creepy little kid. Ethan must go. Oh man. Daryl, tell us how you really feel. Jade has his child to worry about now. Screw Ethan. Screw Ethan. No, not screw Ethan. We love Ethan. So Jade says, all this time, don't you want to go home? And Victor responds, you shouldn't have touched this. It's not yours. And just walks away. Jade's like, well, fuck you too. Gotta love Jade. So yeah. Victor doesn't want to go home because he's too traumatized. There's no point in it for him. His life is it's tied to this place. It's the only home he's known since he was 9 years old. And he's so traumatized, he'd never be able to build a normal life and function in the real world. He would need somebody to look after him for forever. So, moving on. So this is Christie's rock that Marielle painted for her. It's got an anchor on it, and it symbolizes that tether, a person or thing or something that anchors you or tethers you, so that you don't break, so that you don't fall apart in this place. And that's why it comes up here. And this episode is called Tether. And, Christy is going to be Marielle's tether and vice versa. They're going to hold on to each other. They're going to anchor each other so that they don't fall apart. That's how they're going to get through. And Ellis and Fatima are going to be that for each other's tether. It doesn't have to be a person, though. It could be a part of you inside, a passion. It could be, a passion for art or something, something that you hold on to keep you sane, to keep you going, and prevent you from falling apart. And that's how you survive this place. Like I think it was Ellis. Ellis was the one who was talking about that at the beginning of this episode. So Christy tells Mari that the paint on the rock got a little faded. She used to carry it everywhere she went for the first 2 weeks she was there, and held it when she slept. And this shows how much she missed Mari. And Mari is not really being understanding enough with her. Christy says that they can get through this together, and Mari says maybe she should just stay with the others from the bus. People died last night, and she says people died last night, and that's the rock I painted for you, and you're just acting like everything's. I just need some time. Just ridiculous. I don't understand her attitude. Christy is like adjusted and adapted, like this is her new normal in this place, but that's how you function, that's how you survive. And she didn't ask to be here. I think Mari believes in the place now. She knows it's not just a creepy cult that Christy decided to join, which was a stupid assumption to make. She should have at least given her fiance the benefit of the doubt and thought, well, maybe the cult kidnapped her and they're forcing her to stay there. Anyway, I don't like them as a couple. I really don't. I think Christy and Kenny were a lot cuter, and they had more chemistry, and I just liked their relationship better.
They're too volatile. They just get into fights all the time. Like they seem like okay, and then all of a sudden it just builds up and escalates really quick.
Yes, it does. And Kenny comes running for Christy's help to come out and see Kelly. tethered to the tree. She said it doesn't hurt. That's weird, right? Yes, it is weird. You've got a rebar through your head, tethering you to a tree, and it doesn't hurt. But apparently, and there's a certain part of the brain that if something is inserted through it just perfectly so in the right spot, then you won't even feel it. Like, I think that's a real thing.
Yep.
It's creepy. She and Ellis introduce each other, and the creepiest part of that, the monsters somehow did this. Wow, what do they have, the precision of surgeons? How the hell did they know how to do that? I think that was intentional to keep her alive and able to talk to them for a while. I think they intentionally put it in that spot where it wouldn't kill her right away to drag this out longer. So the evil entity really has some impressive surgical skills that enabled the monsters to do this.
I don't think the man in yellow might be a surgeon.
Maybe so. They get all their abilities and information from the evil entities, so it's pretty amazing.
Well, they love to play. This is a version of playing, right?
Yes, it is. She and Ellis introduce themselves to each other, and he says they're in the woods just outside of town. She tells Ellis that they were in the bar, and see, I'm gonna find the screenshot where it shows the monsters coming in a flashback. So there's teen boy monster and the mod girl. I love her hair. It's so cute. I love mod girl monster.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. And she says Brian was screaming, and I'm glad that they showed that, because I didn't like that they went to the door and we didn't get to see the monsters come in the previous episode. So we got a little flashback. Great acting by Kelly. Really great acting by the actress who plays Kelly. What's her name again? I forget.
I can't remember, but she was in the Institute for a hot minute.
Yeah, she had a very brief one-episode role in the Institute as well. Playing a high school kid, and God knows she's not a high school age, but that's common. So she says that Brian was screaming, and she says, "You don't understand. They dragged us out. They made me watch. They said they wanted to play with me." Ugh, that's so creepy. That's how it is. It's, once again, game terminology. They said they wanted to play with me. It's a game. This is a game between two entities who are using these people like chess pieces. I am so convinced of that. And I don't think it's for fun. It's not for sport. It's for a serious purpose. One side wants to keep this curse and this cycle of violence going, and the other side wants to stop it. The boy in white side wants to stop it. Man in yellow side wants it to continue. Christy arrives to take a look at her. And, she's like, is it bad? Like, Kelly actually asks that. Is it bad? It's bad, right? Yeah, it's pretty bad, girl. You got a piece of iron stuck through your skull, like all the way through. It's pretty bad. And Christy doesn't lie to her. She admits that it's bad. Let me go over to the chat before I continue. Jay says 3 weeks, 21 days away exactly. Oh my God. Don't remind me. I'm happy. I obviously love From, and I want it to come back, but I'm not ready. I'm like, we're going through this rewatch at a breakneck pace now so that we're done in time. Anyway, Anon says, I love Victor. Oh, me too. I love Victor. This is Victor's home. He survived because he accepts this is home. The people who want to leave cause everyone problems. Yes, I agree. Victor doesn't want more people to die looking for answers. Yes, that's true, Daryl. Papa Sock says, so if Miranda tried to protect her kids from Christopher, does that mean Ethan was right? Are the symbols good or bad? And Christopher was bad, maybe. Yes, absolutely. I think so. I think that's right. And Papa says, do you think the place brought Muriel to break the connection between Kenny and Christy? Yes. And if so, what connection did they want to break? To isolate Kenny, maybe? And if so, why Kenny? Oh, because his suffering is so delicious to the entity, clearly. Yeah, I think it was to break Kenny. And why? Because he's close to Boyd and Boyd relies on him. Remember, anybody close to Boyd is going to be more of a target just by virtue of being close to Boyd. And I think that's why. That's why Kenny gets targeted so much. Boyd relies on him, and, and this entity wants Boyd more than anything, because Boyd is the one who's helped so many people survive, and he's trying to find a way home too. And the evil entity can't have that. Anon thinks Marielle and Randall make a better couple. They are sweet together in season 3. You think that? I mean, they're kind of sweet, but he's kind of a dick to her, even in the clinic.
I was gonna say.
Even after she takes him in and lets him live there, he's still a dick to her. I'm not trying to make Mari heterosexual, but she has no chemistry with Christy. I agree. Yes. Look at the monsters' clothes. They each have a purpose. Yes, they do. Wall Street Tech found the episode.
I haven't seen a surgeon or a doctor yet, though. That's the thing.
Right. Yeah, it hasn't been.
Like a stereotype, like white coat, stethoscope on the head kind of doctor would be kind of cool to see.
That would be cool to see. Guimanera says, did anyone else notice how often it said it's important in the show? No, but now that you mention it, it has been said a lot, actually. Yeah. Good point. Darrell says Christy knows it's hopeless. Yes, she does. Anon says, why did they remove the rebar? They could have removed the wood from the tree around the rebar. Maybe they didn't have the right kind of tool, although they have a shed full of tools.
Yeah, I think they could have cut that rebar through. I mean, it doesn't look very round in diameter.
Yeah, I think they probably...
It's really, really close to that tree and they can't do anything about.
Yeah, I think they probably could have done it. I don't know. I think that's ridiculous that they did this way. And they should have just, if they had to kill her, they should have shot her in the head. That would have been way more humane and quick, and not forcing her to suffer. It's just dumb. But I'll get there when we get to the scene.
Yeah.
Hey, Samuel. Samuel says, I'm ready. I'm ready for season 4. Yeah, I'm not ready. I'm not ready
either. I'm not really ready either.
Yes.
I'm ready to write up some theories and stuff before it starts, I'll get those done.
Yeah. Stalk in the head. Tell her to look at the flowers and call Boyd.
Yeah. Well, I would have said the mice and men look at the river, but I get it. It's the same.
Right. Let's see. I'm with Ellis says Kenny may be the lonely dragon Ethan talks about in his story. I think it's more likely to be his mom, just because his mom has the storage shed full of things nobody wanted. But yeah, you never know. Brandon says, question, why are the monsters after Kenny? Kenny is far off than Boyd. Kenny found love and the town took that from him and his parents. Yeah, but again, like I already said, he's Boyd's deputy, and Boyd relies on him. So I think that's why he was targeted. Hey, Mark Yablonsky, nice to see you. Hi, my fave from Devotees. It's late for me, but I can't sleep. Oh, it's nice to see you, Mark. I hope you're doing well. And we're the From Somniac spot, so you're in the right place.
I guess so.
Hey, Jen, nice to see you in the middle of a movie. Nice. Have fun, Jen. Okay, so let's continue. Got a lot more to get through. So this is really interesting. I find this stuff fascinating. Jim is in the clinic and he sees more flashing lights. This ongoing phenomenon where there are random flashing lights. The exit sign is blinking. And, obviously the lights are all haunted anyway. There shouldn't even be electricity. And in season 1, we saw instances of the lights flickering at odd moments, like it was trying to send them a message. I think that the lights flickered to try and get Tabitha's attention, to make her start looking for where the wires came from. Jim had already pointed out that there were no, or like where the wires go. I mean, Jim had already pointed out that there are no actual wires in the cords, and she found the bracelet in the diner that used to be hers in a past life, which she didn't know at the time. But she knew that it was a bracelet that she had once made, and then she goes home, the lights flicker, and that's it. That's the final straw. She starts looking for where those wires go. And it seems like, and then there's another scene where Jim goes downstairs to help his family dig the hole, that infamous hole, and the light in the hallway, this very yellow pointy light, starts flickering. The camera lingers in the empty hallway. There's no reason to show that unless the flickering lights must mean something. That's why the show chose to let the camera linger on that empty hallway and the flickering light. So I think that was an entity trying to communicate, potentially trying to warn Jim not to let Tabitha dig that hole, but he didn't see it. And now there's this flickering exit light in red. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's some kind of a message telling Jim that there's no way he's ever getting out of here alive. There is no
a little
exit.
foreshadowing there for Jim.
Foreshadowing that he's gonna die. There's no exit for him from here, because it keeps going off. It keeps turning off. And interestingly, as he's up here investigating it, Fanny Pat Granny Tilly comes in and it says, "Am I interrupting something?" Interesting timing there, and asking if she's interrupting something. This is part of the nexus of theories that she's sus and that she was a mole. I don't think she was a mole, but I think the show wanted us to question whether or not she was. She comes in at odd moments like that, and she comes in and she tells Jim that the boy under the house who died had sat just across from her, and he asks where she was going. She says she was headed to the racetrack to bet on the ponies. She's been visiting racetracks all over the country, and so that's what she was doing. He asks her if it was a charter bus, and she doesn't know, which is kind of odd. How would she not know? But then he starts getting dizzy and falls over, and she goes to get Marielle to help. She looks for an aspirin for him. And she's the wrong person to be going and rooting around in the medicine cabinet, just saying, with her drug addiction.
Yeah, it was interesting until he brought in all the morphine, and then like Mari's like, "Ooh, sweet, sweet morphine. All right."
Yeah. So so Tilly says, "Can you imagine showing up in a place like this to find out your fiance is here?" And Jim's like, "What did you say?" Tilly says, "Christy and Marielle, they're engaged." So Tilly is immediately the town gossip on day one. It's weird how she adjusted so fast in such a horrible, scary place you can't get out of, and now she's just wandering around spilling the tea. But I think the writers kind of wanted us to suspect her of being a mole, and she's just a terminally ill lady who's seen it all, and so she's able to roll with the punches, even in this insane place, and just adapt.
Mm-hmm. And that she's just kind of like a busybody, too. She wants to get in people's business.
Right.
It's fine, but not in a bad way, I don't think.
No. Let's see. Papa Socks said, I forgot to like and subscribe. Oh, did you? Well, make sure you do, please. I am only 9 subscribers away from reaching 2.1K. So recently hit 2K and still plugging away. Please hit that like button and help people find the stream to anybody listening. And after the stream is over, you can also hype the stream if you would like. You can also choose to hype one of my recent videos that I've put out. Everyone gets 3 hypes per week, and it's a really powerful way to support your favorite content creators and just content that you like. And small creators like me get a huge bonus from YouTube. We get a lot more points per hype. So that's how you can wield the most power if you give your hypes to small creators. And my recent Jade theory video that I put out really benefited from the hypes. It's getting a little bit more. It's getting a little bump in views where normally it would be stagnating right now. So thank you so much to everybody who's hyped my Jade video, which is called Huge Reveal for Jade in the Caves. It's linked in the description of this live stream, and it's also near the top of my new videos on the channel. So it's easy to find. It's only 11 minutes long. If you haven't watched it, please give it a view and a like. Throw a comment in the comment section. Even if it's just an emoji, it's enough to trigger the algorithm. And I really appreciate everybody's support on that. And the other video I put out this week, which was a highlight of our live stream, 20-minute chunk of it where we discussed the evidence for and against whether the man in yellow could be shape-shifting into Jim in the season 4 trailer. So I'm going to be doing that more often, taking highlights from our live streams and putting them out so that some of our best moments and ideas aren't just buried in the replays. Hey there, Karl E. Nice to see you. Good day to you. Oh, thank you so much, Jen, for hyping. Thank you. 2.5K. Thank you. So every time you hype a small creator, you give them 2.5K hype points. Versus a big creator, I think only gets like 60 points. So you have a huge impact if you give your hypes to small creators. Thank you so much, Carla. Thank you. For going to hype the video. Truly appreciate it. Papa Sock says, I don't know, Julie, 11 minutes is so long.
Yeah, I put a comment in one of yours like that too. Like, oh, I can't watch this, man. It's too long. The one that was like 30 minutes long.
Yeah.
There are people that do that. They're just like, oh, didn't watch too long. And I look at it and it's like 20 minutes long. I'm like, amateur, man. You can watch that 11-minute, if you didn't make it the right, as long as one of the lives, like our lives are about 6 hours, so you can just watch that 11-minute one over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
You make the same amount of time.
So I just put the link to that Jade theory video in the chat, and I'll pin it to the top of the chat there, so you can find it a little more easily if anybody wants to check it out. It'd be much appreciated. And it's gaining steam. I see now I picked up another 100 views today, and it's all because of those hypes. I'm telling you, it's making a difference. And so I'd like to see how far it can go. Let's see how powerful these hypes actually are. This is exciting. As a small creator, it's very hard to get into the algorithm, and the hypes give me more of a fighting chance. Let's see. I'm gonna pin that so that it doesn't disappear, and then we'll go back to the breakdown. Mark says, I like that idea, Julie. Where is it? Producing highlights helps someone like me who can't always join the live streams. Exactly. That's my exact reasoning. Not everybody can join the live streams because they're, they are going to start being earlier, I promise. They're not going to keep being midnight Eastern or later. It's by the time we get to season 4, I'm going to start by 10:30 p.m. Eastern. I promise. I'm going to fix my sleep schedule and start those lives then. I don't want that to hurt us, lose, potential viewers, and people can't join the season 4 streams because they're too late. So I'm going to make sure we start them earlier. However, they're long. The streams are probably going to continue to be 5 hours long. Sometimes 6 or 7, but I'm going to try to keep it on the low end, like 4-5 hours. Not everybody can watch a stream that's that long, and I understand. So making highlight videos is a way to find like some of the best moments, or at least one favorite moment from that stream, and put it out there for people to see who can't make the long stream, and makes it easier that way. So anyway, Anon says, yes, Tilly was going to die. She's old and terminally ill. She was riding a bus to gamble despite having kids and grandkids. They didn't like her either. Yeah, you'd think she would. Yes, she said she has 4 kids and 7 grandkids, and she's off gambling. Like, she could be like saving her money to leave to all those kids and grandkids.
I know when we come analyzing the 4 and 7 as well. What does that
Yeah. Yeah. That's another thing that made Tilly sus to people, because she said she had 4 kids and 7 grandkids. Those are the magic numbers. And from Daryl said, oh my God, I've forgotten to like and subscribe the whole time. I doubt it, Daryl. You're pulling my leg. Tilly is just making the best of the situation. That's how she is. I agree. Anon hates Tilly. Oh, wow. Strong words.
Well, I mean, you don't have to hate her now because she's gone.
Right.
R.I.P.
Yep. Papa Sock says, if Ethan is the author of this story, as you are hinting, then I believe Ethan created the story as they cross the train tracks entering Fromville. Also, Jim's wish in episode 1 will be the finale. Jim said to Tabitha that he wished it were like it were before. I believe the end of the series will flip the Matthews back to that moment. Ooh, interesting. Also, Ethan was making up a story, or his belief in the story, I think, created the plot of Fromville, if any of that makes sense. Wishes, beliefs crossed them over into Fromville as reality. Fascinating theory. Oh, I like it. I like it a lot. I mean, I don't know what that means for everybody else. Like, is this not real in that theory? Is this all in Ethan's head? How does that exactly play out, But that's interesting. Anon, you're amazing. Thank you so much for all your support. Anon says, I watched the 6 to 7 hour lives in replay and I still want more. That is phenomenal. I can't thank you enough for doing that. That really means a lot to me. Like, that you want to actually watch that much content and you still want more. And Anon leaves comment after comment on these replays with timestamps on different sections, making points. It's amazing. I can't thank you enough for what you're doing.
Yeah, I try to respond to as many as I can because I really appreciate that.
Me too. I've been making a habit of going in and responding to every comment I can find on everything, like all the streams, all the videos. I try to reply to everything. Every now and then I do miss something, but I I try, because I truly appreciate the engagement. And we have lots of, it turns into conversations, like a whole back and forth in the comment section, which, by the way, is really good for these things. It helps put them into the algorithm. If you, by all means, keep having theory discussions in the comment section of these videos and live streams, because it helps push this content out for YouTube to show it to more people, because it sees the engagement happening. So the comments really, really help. There are a few new supporters of the channel here that it's just, so awesome and here all the time now, like Anon and Recon and Incognito, and Joyce. She's another new one. It's awesome to see our little family expanding. And
you didn't want Daryl's comment about getting lost in Jim's blue eye.
yeah, getting
they
lost.
pop, man. Sometimes when Jim's out, I'm like, damn, his eyes are beautiful. Those beautiful blue eyes. Those peepers of his.
They are. Recon says Tilly could have been a card counter and building an inheritance for her family. Okay, probably not. Yeah, maybe she was just a cheater, so Tilly knew her odds. Yeah, maybe she did, She seems kind of witchy, Jen. Mark says I thought Tilly was sus, but she was just weird and obnoxious. Yes, I kind of in the moment back then I got wrapped up in the hype and thought she was sus at the time, but not anymore. Jen says I made it 5 hours. LOL. Oh, thanks, Jen. Let me scroll up a little bit. Jen says I wish Mari had a gun. I would rather Mari had a gun than scissors. Yeah, it might have been less destructive that way. Poor Christy's hair. Let's see, anything else before we go on? Jen says maybe the sacrificed kids are in the trees spirit-wise somehow. Oh, that's interesting. Their spirits are in the trees. Well, I think that's potentially the spirits of the dead in this place are tied to the bottles in the trees.
Yeah, when Sarah was freaking out with the bottles and they were kind of zoomed up into the tree. We've talked about this before. That
Right.
made me really feel like the spirits are in the bottles.
Yeah, the camera zoomed in on the bottles in the tree as Sarah was screaming, I hear them. She was hearing the voices, and so it really does seem like the voices in Sarah's head were tied to the bottles in the tree, and I think the voices in her head are the spirits of the dead. Okay. Anon said there was a railroad construction foreman remembered for his improbable survival of an accident in which a large iron rod was driven completely through his head. I remember hearing about something like that. It has happened in real life, and they survived. Hey, welcome, Chili Outside. Do the monsters take things so the man in yellow can use them to transform? Could be. Scarlet, you were saying you think that could be how he transforms, like by putting on something that belonged to a dead person. I think that's likely.
Like if you put on Jim's clothes,
Right.
I mean, it'd be interesting if you see Jim's body, what he's wearing when they find him.
Right.
Yeah, I think that whole thing we talked about too about Victor collecting all that and burying it, and it's kind of sus with the boy in white. So I don't know what the end game of all that is, taking objects and burying them.
Right.
But it happened.
Yes. So okay, let me just take a drink. I get so dehydrated from from talking so much. So over at Colony House, Fatima tells Elgin she'll be his proxy and can answer any questions he has. He asks her, is there water nearby, like a lake or a pond? And it's obvious he's asking because of his dream that he had on the bus on the way into town, where after that he freaked out. He seemed like he recognized this place and was terrified, saying, bad things are going to happen. We've got to turn around. Definitely a premonition dream. Fatima says they have the Brundles, and she takes him down there. He asks why they call it the Brundles. She says it was just called that when she arrives, and she doesn't know. She says, how did you know about? And he says, I saw it. So he saw this in his dream. So something bad's got to eventually happen at the Brundles, and we still haven't seen anything else happening there. So Fatima says, were you on the bus? Were you the one on the bus who had the dream? So he saw this thing in a dream. I still am waiting to find out what the hell else happened in his dream. He remembered part of it at the end of the season, and all he remembered was the boy in white reciting the cicada nursery rhyme. What about the Brundles? He said he saw this in the dream, and why did he freak out and say they've got to turn around? Bad things are going to happen. So there's more to that story, and I really hope he finally remembers his dream in season 4. In fact, I'm going to add that. I'm going to make a list of the things the questions that they need to answer, and hopefully in season 4, and I'm going to add that to it right now while I'm thinking of it.
See, I had this theory because I was getting all biblical. Maybe I said this before, that I thought that Elgin was Moses kind of a Moses figure. And he had been to Fromville before, and somebody, as a baby, and somebody had put him in a basket, and he had traveled like Moses style through the Brundles.
Oh.
And then he got out of
Interesting, yeah.
Fromville, and he grew up to present time.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, and with all the other biblical references in the show, it could be. So he saw the Brundle. I'm adding this to my list.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then Fatima says that so she said you were the one from the bus who had the dream. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Where is it? Dreams, nightmares, weird premonitions. Why it happens to, so she said, but we don't know why or what it means. I'm totally botching that. Let me start over. She says, yeah, that happens sometimes. Dreams, nightmares, weird premonitions. But we don't know why or what it means. Why it happens to some people and not to others. This one girl, Nadia, used to say that it was like this place was calling out to us, but only some of us were listening closely enough to see it or to hear it. So that is fantastic insight into a feature of this place. Certain people have weird experiences like dreams, nightmares, and weird premonitions, and they don't know why or what these things mean, and it only happens to some and not others. I think that's because some of them are chosen to be there, and some of them were just in the same vehicle as others who were chosen. The chosen people are the ones who receive those weird experiences, those weird psychic experiences. In a way, you could call it psychic, call it mystical. And yeah, this place is calling out to them and trying to tell them something. And I don't think just anyone could listen closely enough to hear it. I think you have to be a chosen person, chosen either by the man in yellow, evil entity, or by the boy in white, helpful entity. Elgin asks, has anyone, and she cuts him off saying, yes, people have obsessed over these things. People compared and picked it apart. It didn't tell us anything we didn't already know, that we're stuck, and nobody can tell us why. So this is the show telling us, yes, they do talk about all the weird stuff that happens to them off screen, and they don't do it as much anymore. They did this for a long time, and it sounds to me like they kind of stopped. Like a lot of the people stopped talking about it because it didn't tell them anything they didn't already know, that they're just stuck. They don't know why. So it seems like they've kind of given up, and I think they shouldn't have. But at least we know from this bit of exposition that they do talk about this stuff with each other. They have done it and compared notes, tried to analyze it, but it didn't yield any result. It didn't give them any answers. And so like, what are some of the examples of things that they have? Like Elgin had a premonition dream, some kind of a premonition dream. I think you could call it a premonition. Tabitha had a definite premonition that was in a dream. Kenny, Marielle, Elgin, and Paula had deadly nightmares in season 2. Paula's actually did kill her. Jade has nightmare. You could call them nightmares of the past, the waking visions that Jade has. My friend Robert Saunders calls Jade's visions, I believe he calls them nightmares of the past. Tabitha had recurring nightmares with memories of being there as a little girl screaming among those red painted rocks. Even before she got to town, she had those nightmares since she was a kid. So people who are chosen by this place can even have these experiences before they get there. Elgin had his premonition dream before he even got to town on the bus. Boyd obviously just visited a dream state, the dungeon where Martin is trapped. Julie, Marielle, and Randall's spirits get trapped in that dream state. And then there are other experiences that don't really fall into the dream, nightmare, or premonition category. There's like Sarah's voices. Hard to really classify that. Elgin's visions of the kimono lady in season 3. Kind of hard to classify that too. But I don't think every weird experience has to be categorized among just those 3. But yeah, I think everyone in this place should be sharing all of this weird shit with each other and not just giving up trying to understand it and sitting around smoking weed, getting drunk. They should still be doing this. Even if they think it's futile and it's not getting them anywhere, they should keep it up. And now that the 2 key players, Tabitha and Jade, have returned, have come back in their new lives. Now I think if they compared notes, it would actually eventually help put the pieces of this puzzle together. Scarlet dropped off and is back. Hey, put you back on stage. So, let's see. So Mark says, to me, it's weird Donna doesn't seem to have weird experiences. I agree. She's a major character and nothing has ever happened to her yet. None of these weird things have ever happened to her. Yet she's an important leader. That's a great point, Mark. Sorry, Mark. I find it hard to believe Donna is a mole. I agree. Carla says, yes, Mark, totally. That's why Carla says, yes, Mark, totally. And it's why I get so many people subscribe to the Donna is a mole theory. Yeah, that's part of what goes into that theory, because she doesn't have any of those weird experiences. What, Scarlet?
I was wondering if we ever have a flashback of Donna's sister being attacked.
Yeah, there was never a flashback. So
yeah, something might happen to her.
Yeah, it's weird
but
that
maybe she's too straight-laced, because a lot of these other people have faith, or they might believe in something other than the here and now, and Donna's kind of like very, very survivalist and in the now and realistic.
Right. Yeah. So let's see. Daryl says, Julie, you didn't mention me when you said all those names. I'm not salty about it or anything. What names? What names was I? What was I talking about, Daryl? What do you mean? Let's see. Daryl says, first time I saw this app, I was like, why is Fatima trusting Elgin so much to go to a lake with him alone? And look what happens. Yeah. Victor said, I don't trust him when he first met him. Why is that? How did Victor know?
Yeah.
How did he know? Jen, Elgin will puke at the Brundles. Elgin having wet dreams. I think maybe what he actually dreamed about, he doesn't actually remember what the situation was with the water. Maybe in his dream it somehow also contained him getting almost drowned in his sleep by the kimono lady. All he does is ask, is there a body of water here? But then again, Fatima brings him to the Brundles and he says, I saw it. So I think he did literally see the Brundles in his dream, not just almost getting drowned in a bathtub.
I mean, Daryl, do you want a goat noise or a bell? Would that make you happy? I can go get them.
Yeah.
I'll make it special. I'll say your name. I'll ring the bell.
Anon, I'm pretty sure Elgin says he saw it. Like, she brings him here, and I wrote down exactly what they said to each other. And Fatima said, how did you know about? And then Elgin cuts her off and says, I saw it, while they're standing there at the Brundles. So, and this is after he had said, why did they call it the Brundles? She's like, it was just called that when she got here. It already had a name. how did you know about? And he says, I saw it. So I think he is literally saying that he saw it. Ayush, hey, nice to see you. When Boyd says we still don't know the goddamn rules in that scene, we saw Tabitha and she looked normal as if nothing happened because Jim died. Maybe they hide from her that Jim died. I don't know. I don't think so. I think that people just, look at Kenny shortly after his mom died. Kenny was off, harvesting vegetables with the group. They just kind of have to forge ahead and they don't have time to grieve. They just have to keep on going because they're in a fight to survive nonstop. So Papa says, "Okay, Julie, the dreams explanation is crossing over into Lost territory, seasons 5 and 6." Yes, I can definitely see parallels there. Absolutely. So, let's see. They gave up and had a happy enough life there. If you read the books Survival and Surviving Survival, you will see that survivors accept what's happening. They don't try to escape. Yes, they just adapt. That's right. So that's how people have survived here. That's true. That's true, Anon. Scarlet, you said in the chat, I think my Moses Elgin theory was pretty good. When with Ellis and Fatima being Adam, Joseph, and Eve, Mary, plus Sarah as Cain and Nathan as Abel, the radio tower being the Tower of Babel, plus book 74. Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of Bible stuff in this show. If you haven't noticed, there's a Bible coming to the town. Did you see it?
Yeah. Oh, I saw it. All right.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Daryl. Yeah.
Or Daryl.
Daryl. But you've been here. I was mentioning the new names. You've been here a while, thankfully, and I appreciate you. You know that, but.
I can make a big production for him. I can ring some bells and say his name and do some goat noises.
Yeah, Daryl is our MVP of the chat.
Yeah.
Every stream he wins the XP race. Every single stream with his participation and being here from beginning to end. I mean, how can I not appreciate you, Daryl? Oh, so you made me cry for nothing. Thanks a lot, Julie. You love pulling my leg, Daryl. It's not hard to do either. I'm easy to lead on and it's easy to get me going. I can be kind of gullible sometimes. Like, oh, good, now I just created a lake of tears of my own. Recon said it's okay. We love you, even if Julie doesn't.
Get on your roof. Get on your roof and look for the lighthouse, Daryl.
Oh, interesting, Papa Socks. Children play, not adults. White is black and black is white. Everything in this place is backwards and in reverse. Yeah.
I play and I'm an adult, so I don't know.
Yeah. Adults can play too. And upside down too. Everything is kind of upside down.
Mm-hmm. You know what I heard? I heard that ravens can fly upside down. I'm just saying. Not crows, but ravens fly upside down sometimes.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so getting back here into the episode breakdown. Still have a bunch to get through. So let's see, where am I at with this? Oh yeah, so Christy says that even if they were in a hospital, this would be at least a 15-hour operation for Kelly. So they can't save her. And she could survive hours or days. Hard to say. She's not suffering now, but she doesn't know how long it'll last. And it's a miracle she's even still alive. So Christy says that they have to pull out the rod. Sorry, but that makes no sense at all to me. They should have just shot her in the head and made the death quick and painless and more humane if they can't remove her, remove the whole piece of wood.
Mm-hmm.
She says that, like Kenny suggests shooting her, but Christy says she doesn't want Kelly's last moments to be with a gun to her head. So sneak up on her and do it. You can do it quick.
So she wants Kelly's last moment for Boyd to put his foot on her shoulder and start pulling this rebar out.
Oh yeah, that's a whole lot better. That's so much
Yeah.
better.
Uh-huh.
Make it make sense. God, ridiculous. So, yeah, getting over to this scene, Julie and Tabitha are in the storage shed because they've lost everything, so they're going through clothes. Everything they had was buried under the house. And Julie finds it creepy because all the stuff belonged to people who died. Um, but it is what it is. They need clothes and they've lost everything they own, kind of like people who are tornado survivors and stuff. On the way out, Tabitha sees two Ankui kids. So this is her first sighting outside of the cave. The first one she saw was a little girl snarling at her in the cave, and now this is kind of triggered more Ankui visions. It started with that, and now they start following her around. So we've got the little girl holding hands with the little boy. Creepy little kids, and I'm pretty sure the little girl is the same one we see at the end of season 3 approaching her when she has her revelation that she was reincarnated. And the girl is heavily implied to be her daughter with Jade in the origin story. And there she is. I'm not sure who the little boy is. That's kind of odd. Maybe just a friend, because they didn't say anything about having a son.
Maybe they'll have to remember they also had a son.
Maybe so.
Season 4. Because that kid's always with her, like the pictures Miranda has painted too. There's got to be a snippet, right?
Maybe we'll find out they also had a son. Later in the episode, they appear to her again, the two of them as well, in the same episode. Julie doesn't see anything, and Tabitha denies seeing anything and just plays it off. So they're now following her around, wanting her to Ankui them and who she really is. So over at Abby's grave, Boyd visits his wife and says that the big swing that they talked about him doing, it didn't go quite as he planned. The trip out to the woods. And he says Ellis is getting married though. And this is the part that really should be noted. He says, maybe none of this is real. Maybe you and Ellis are sitting by a hospital bed waiting for me to open my eyes. Just open your eyes up. How can a man that's chained to a wall in a place that's not there know your name? How can that be real? And this is a goal of the evil entity in this season, to make Boyd question his sanity. For example, in the dream state, it used a vision of Ellis down at the bottom of the oubliette, that thing that looked like a chimney. Ellis was down there saying, "Hey, Dad, Mom wants to take the boat out." Things like that were designed to make Boyd question his sanity. And Martin, I think the evil entity possessed Martin and made him say, what if Abby was right? What if it's all just a dream? And, just the whole trippy nature of that whole experience, being in that dungeon with Martin and getting these worms. It's meant to make Boyd basically be a mindfuck for Boyd, make him question reality. And breaking his mind makes him a less effective leader for the whole town, which relies on him to survive. So you break him, you break the whole town by extension. Yes, Daryl. Boyd wondering if he's in a coma. Great acting in this scene. Absolutely. And Papa Socks, there were 7 children on the slab in the caves. That's right. Hey there, Demo. Welcome. Is that Die Antwoord? Who is that?
They're a band.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever seen the film Chappie?
No, I have not.
You should watch the film Chappie. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Everybody in the chat, watch the film Chappie.
Okay. Ayush says, are the From creators going to give all the answers to the questions? Is 5 seasons enough to give the answers, or are the creators rushing? I think 5 seasons will be enough. I don't think that they're rushing. It's going to be difficult with only 10 episodes per season, but I think they can pull it off. But 6 seasons would be better. If they could get 6, I think that would help. And I do think they'll answer at least the most important questions. And the signal that they were trying to send us that they're going to answer the questions all in good time is, I think, when they gave us the answer to who threw the rope in season 3. It was Julie, and that was something a lot of us had given up on ever getting answered. And they even gave us an answer no one even expected, a really minute detail. How did the pickup truck get in the pool flipped over? Boyd explained how that happened in season 3, and it doesn't really matter. It was an unimportant answer. But I think the purpose of putting that in there was for the writers to send us a message like, hey, don't worry about it. We are going to answer everything, even how the truck got in the pool. Daryl says that the creator of From is John Griffin, and he has said everything will be answered. Yes. So, hey, Ledness. Recon says that would be a tough laundry day if I ever saw those kids staring at me. Right? Yes. See, Ledness says, Daryl says little boy is her best friend. Ledness says, no way, it's just a friend. Anon says, it is creepy. Tabitha is a horrible mother in all lifetimes. There needs to be a Mother's Day mug, right? Yeah, she failed her kids in every lifetime, Anon, I'm afraid. Papa says, I'm not convinced that Jade and Tabitha in the past weren't horrible parents. The monsters are cursed to live eternity as monsters. What is Jade and Tabitha's curse? Well, the reincarnation. Being forced to come back here. Yeah, Daryl says Papa, Jade, and Tabitha keep being reincarnated and brought back because they fail to save the children. Yep. Mark says I now say Nkui whenever I need to remember something, which I'm saying more and more lately. Nice, Mark. I forget things all the time myself. Demo says I think they can get it done in 5 if they start revealing everything in season 4. Yeah, I agree. Yes. Papa says, Julie, is Tabitha and Jade's cars the first time 2 cars arrived, or did it happen once before? It happened in 1970, whatever. Victor said that the boy in white first appeared to him before the 2 cars came. So it happened in the 70s as well, in 78. He says, 2 cars haven't arrived in a long time. It's special. What do you think it means? And I think Victor was in one of those 2 cars. He just doesn't remember. It makes sense to me that Tabitha and Jade came back at the same time in every timeline. And the 2 of them, there's something so poetic about them reuniting at the same time, colliding, not always literally with a crash, but colliding in every timeline at the same time together.
Yeah, it's heavily implied that Miranda was taking her kids to school or something, and then was going to hit that bottle tree, and she just ended up there with a log or whatever and got in there.
Right.
Because of the lunchbox is my thing. Because you go to school with a lunchbox, it makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's probably what happened. Anon says, I like the coma idea. I would like it if they are all in a coma at that same hospital. A lot of people hate that idea. Wow, you're the first person I've heard say that you actually like that. Most people are terrified it could be something like that. Hey, LV. Sorry, guys, I'm on season 1, episode 8 right now. I'm learning the dog is evil, too. I think the dog is helpful, but that's just my opinion.
Interesting. I'd like to hear more about why you think the dog is evil.
LV says, hello, I see I'm behind you guys. Yeah, we're going through pretty quickly because we don't have a lot of time left, and I've been doing 2 rewatch live streams per week and 1 season 4 theory live stream, and that's kind of the most we can really do. That's a lot of lives. So we're going 2 episodes at a time for season 2, and then when season 3 comes, we're gonna have to do 3 episodes at a time. It's gonna be a lot. But yeah, hope you can catch up, LV. Nice to see you. Thanks for commenting on my videos and watching them recently. Appreciate you. That always helps. Commenting on videos is another way to help boost them in the algorithm, in addition to liking and hyping videos. So over at the Lou house, Julie begs Tabitha to tell her what happened, what she just saw out there. And after some pushing, she gets Tabitha to admit she saw something that wasn't there, and that's not the first time this has happened. After Thomas died, for months she could hear him crying. Sometimes she'd go in his room and see him there, and it always felt so peaceful, like he was letting her know he was okay. And Julie asked if that's what happened now, if it was Thomas that she saw. She says, no, it was different. I saw two children standing in the middle of the road staring at me. But it didn't look peaceful. So, and that's because it's not. These kids are not peaceful. Their souls are not at rest. That they're trapped, and I think they want to be set free. They were killed in a really violent way, and I think their souls are trapped there. So she's right. This is not peaceful. This is different. And I think it's implied that Thomas is in a better place. Thomas is, maybe his spirit was visiting her and it is peaceful. He's not off in Fromville on a quest. I think that right there, that theory that Thomas is somehow in Fromville on a quest, I think what she says in this scene kind of quashes that by saying, because she said that those visions in Thomas were peaceful and the visions of these Ankui kids are not. Now, over back at the tree, Kelly asks for her phone to call her mom. Christy says that phones don't work here, but they can write her a note and make sure her mom gets it. Lying to her just to make her feel good. White lies. And Kelly says to tell her that she loves her and she's sorry she didn't give her a hug. She was really sad. They had a fight about Brian, and she said to tell her mom she's sorry. Now, this is really interesting to me. She's peaceful and it doesn't hurt, and then all of a sudden she starts screaming and freaking out. She says, "Do you hear that? It's," and then she starts screaming, apparently in horrible pain, and Boyd shows up. So
what those two things have in common?
I think it's because he's got the worms in him, so part of the evil entity is inside him, and she can somehow she's connected to it somehow.
Because an antenna kind of coming out of her head. That's why I said they should have put her on top of Colony House.
Yeah.
So she could predict monsters and evil things.
Right.
Opportunity wasted.
Yeah, indeed. So she's definitely connected to the evil entity here. And so when Boyd approaches, she freaks out. And her scream was later used as a bait and switch in the season 3 teaser when Boyd is looking at somebody tied up. They used the soundbite of her screaming in there to cover up that it was Tian-Shen. Fun fact. Very clever from creators. But yeah, that was wild how she started screaming like that when Boyd approached. All of a sudden, she's in pain. And he shows up. He said he heard screams. And then after being really briefly informed of what's going on, he doesn't waste any time. He doesn't do the logical thing and the humane thing, which would be to just shoot her in the head. He just pulls the rod out of her head. Well, we don't get to see it, thankfully, but she's screaming in horrible pain.
Do you think that might have been the influence of the worms, maybe pushing him that way?
I think so, yes. I think it's compromising his judgment and made him do something inhumane, that he wouldn't normally have done. So, yes, I think so. Let's see. I think this is supposed to be read as Chimera. Correct me if I'm wrong. But, hey, Chimera. Welcome. Just hit that like button on your way in. LV says, I think the entity is using Thomas to make the family suffer and absorb their pain. I could see that. The kids are trapped in purgatory. Yes, I agree. The Inkui kids. The dog is walking around acting like an entity. He got Boyd lost in the woods. This made his wife spiral. Well, I mean, Boyd is the one who made the choice to go out there when his wife was spiraling. And I think the dog was helping by leading Boyd in the direction of where the talismans were. The dog also shows up to lead Boyd home when he gets out of the dungeon dream state, too. And it protects Victor from Jim when he's about to attack him for taking Ethan out in the woods. Papa said, but Julie, if it is a coma, none of the folks died. Not that I endorse that idea, but just saying. Yeah, that would be nice, but it would also kind of cheapen the emotional impact of the deaths we've seen if we just find out that they're all dead. I mean, that they're all alive at the end, the people who died. Let's see. What else is in the chat? And then we gotta continue. Papa says, so the monsters are trapped, Jade and Tabitha are trapped, and people who have nothing to do with the curse are trapped, and the Ankui kids are trapped too. What the what? Who is benefiting from this? Yeah, I mean, the evil entity, I think, is benefiting from this, feeding on everybody's pain and suffering. This ancient evil entity. Darryl said, Boyd is making all the ladies scream. So Chimera says it's Ryan here, if that's easier. Yeah, I'll just say Ryan. Recon says I have to head off. Much love, everyone. I'll join the Rewatch crew for the rest of the stream. Thank you so much, Recon. Appreciate that. Papa says I'm all for the villain causing suffering, but we need to see the villain at some point. Well, I think we have. I mean, I think our big bad has been manifested as the man in yellow, and now he's gonna shapeshift into something else. So, oh, LV, I'm sorry. I thought you were rewatching. Are you watching this for the first time? Oh man, then you're gonna hear a lot of spoilers in this stream if you're watching this for the first time. Yeah, you might not want to listen because we're breaking down episodes from season 2.
Yeah. If you're on episode 1, what is it, 7 or 8?
Yeah.
You need to catch up and then come back.
Yeah, but then come back to us when you're caught up. So Christy goes back to the clinic and begs Marielle to stay with her because she's, absolutely traumatized by watching what happened to Kelly. Kenny tells Ellis he'll go to the church and find something to read at the service, and Ellis says it's those things, they did this. And over at the diner, Ellis finds Fatima so that he can be her tether, as the title of this episode says. She says, promise me it won't always be this way. You can lie if you have to, just please promise me. She's really falling apart, and this is even before she's confirmed pregnant with the Smiley Pod. Ellis says, let's get married. Look, I know that we said we'd wait and that we'd do it when we got back home, but I don't want to wait. I don't want to let this place decide when we get to be happy. So let's do it. Let's get married. Which is great. So he's trying to be her tether, like Boyd advised him to do, to be that thing she can hold on to so that she doesn't break down. That thing that can hold her together. And because she is falling apart ever since the Colony House massacre, she has not been the same. The trauma of that. And it's only going to get worse from her from here on out. This place is targeting her because she's a beacon of hope for this place. And so the evil entity is trying to take that away from people and hurt Boyd by hurting a member of his family. She's basically a member of his family. Now, Ethan here just happened to get an Inukshuk from Tian Shen at the diner. Creepy timing. She let him have this, and Tabby just saw the Ankui kids throw a ball at one of these. One of them did that in the cave. So, yeah, this is odd timing. Can't be a coincidence. And yeah. She tells Ethan, "I know you like to see everything like a challenge or a quest." And he says, "I know it's dangerous here." So he knows exactly he cuts her off, and he knows exactly where she's going with this line of thinking. He's so wise and insightful. He says, "I know it's dangerous here. I know it's not like things are all just make believe, and I promise I'll be careful." So Ethan knows what's up. He knows how this place works and what's going on, and that the dangers are real. And this is not just make believe. It's not a make believe quest like one of his stories. This is all part of the insight I think he got from being chosen by the boy in white as a key figure in all this. He's connected to the place, and so he's always spouting wisdom. And then he finishes this. He finishes the Inukshuk, and it seems to summon the Ankui kids again. She has a flashback of seeing them knock this thing over in the cave, a version made of rocks. And then she looks up, and there they are again. It summons them again. And that one is definitely the one who appeared to her at the end of season 3 when she had her revelation of reincarnation. It's definitely her. And again, it was heavily implied that was her daughter. And there she is holding this boy's hand again. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll find out they also had a son, or they're just close friends. Creepy how they're here visiting her, and she has no idea that was her daughter in her original life. And they haven't said Ankui yet. This time they just stand there silently. But yeah, they rush inside, and Ethan, as usual, Ethan can't see them, but she can. So all of this was triggered by her experience in the cave. So, her first step into digging into her origins and seeing where she came from down in the cave, where the Ankui kids were held originally, their little cages, and seeing the first one appear to her down there. It's triggering all of this. If she hadn't gone down there, there's no way she'd be seeing them now. So, let's see. Just look at the chat quickly before I go on. Papa says, "Doesn't Ethan say he solved the puzzle?" Yes, he does. He does. Like, I think he says something like that, which is interesting for him to say. Anon says, "Doug, the sweetest human is the big bad in From." It's weird. Yes, it is. Oh, LV is rewatching. Okay. All right. So we're not spoiling anything for you for the third time. That's good. Let's see. Don't know why Tabitha is rushing Ethan in the house. He fits in with those creepy kids. He fits right in. Yeah, he does. He's a creepy little kid too. Papa says, "I want to see the trees move." Well, we kind of saw the shadow of the trees moving when the tent was dragged. I think that was an example of the trees moving. They moved the tent. The shadows were all around the tent, and it looked like that was the only thing causing the tent to get moved. Let's see. LV says she wasn't just pregnant with a baby, only a demon. And Tabitha's trip to pick up Victor's dad that set up. Oh, okay. And Tabitha's trip to pick up Victor's dad that set up a disastrous scenario.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, to answer the other chat's thing, people did know that Fatima was pregnant, but she was only like a month along, maybe. She wasn't showing until she drank Elgin's blood, I guess.
Right.
But Donna knew. I know other people knew too, but I just remember the scene where, is it in this episode where Fatima, like, and Donna, like, she talks to Donna about it? Or is that a prior one?
No, it's where she talks to her about being pregnant. It's later.
Yeah, okay.
We'll
get to that.
Yeah, it's not in these two episodes. So in the greenhouse, Donna's flipping out over something to do with the crops, and Boyd shows up, tells her about Kelly, what happened. And he says that on his first tour in Iraq, they drove over an IED and it blew up. Some were dead on impact, and his friend Brian Kelly died in his arms. The first time he ever watched someone die. So that was definitely the Brian bringing this couple, Brian and Kelly, to town, and then having this awful thing happen to Kelly, and Boyd had to put her out of her misery. It was definitely another mind fuck for Boyd, for sure. And Boyd said, "I killed a kid, and instead of mourning, I'm standing here wondering how any of this shit can be fucking real." Once again, the evil entity was trying to make him question his sanity. This is exactly what it wants. And knocking him off his game like this, making him wonder if any of this is even real, makes him a less effective leader and puts the whole town at risk. They need him to survive. They need his leadership. And then she tries asking him what happened in the forest, and then he's just like, "I gotta go." The classic Boyd, "I gotta go" thing. Instead of trying to share information, he just wants to walk away, close down. And Donna says, "You don't want to tell me? Fine. I just need to know that you got your shit together. I tried doing what you do, and I just got a bunch of fucking people killed. I just need to know that you're back, because these people can't take a whole lot more of this. Fuck, I'm not even sure how much more I can take." So Donna, tough, badass Donna needs Boyd. And, so he's got to be the strong Mr. Fish and Loaves everybody can rely on. And, that's why the big bad tries to break him the most. You break him, you break the whole town by extension, and he doesn't have his shit together, but he has to pretend that he does. I understand why he keeps it to himself. It's like, if he starts talking about God forbid he tries to like talk to her about a mind fuck that just happened to him, the Brian Kelly thing, and she doesn't want to hear it. She just wants to know that he's going to be there for all of them, like always. So, as usual, Boyd is on his own with his burdens. So there's a heavy burden on him as like the Christ-like figure of the show.
Heavy as the head.
Heavy as the head. Yes. LV says the town needs Boyd, and they need the pain of his son. They allow him to lie around, fight, now up on people, drink, etc. Right. Yeah, another great and well-acted scene, Daryl, definitely. Elgin and the kimono lady are the only ones who saw her super pregnant. That's true, because it happened so fast.
Yeah, I can understand their point that maybe in season 4, maybe some people really didn't know she was pregnant, or might have just thought she was pregnant if they don't say that she birthed Smiley and she just comes into town not pregnant.
Right. Yeah. And Tilly was murdered, and who's going to take the rep for that? Yeah, that's right, Papa Socks. That's going to be a big issue. Mark says Boyd's not going to be Christ-like for long. Yeah, he's he's breaking down. He's definitely showing signs of breaking. Now over at the church, Kenny goes down in the basement and finds Sarah down there. So the faraway tree teleported her into the basement, and the boy in white kept his word to her that she would be safe if she got into the tree. There she is, just creepily standing in the corner when Kenny shines the lantern there. And then is that it? That can't be it for my pictures. Wait a minute. I think that is it.
Episode. That's the end of that one.
Oh, that was the end?
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't think it did end that way, but I just watched it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the end, I guess.
Wait a minute. But in my notes, that's not what I have. I have the scene where Boyd finds Kenny by the room with the blood stain from his dad. And
here, I can recheck it.
And Kenny says, before we came here, I don't think I ever once remember seeing my mom cry. And now he says he sees her sobbing in her room, or he hears her sobbing in her room every night, convinced that it's her fault, that if she'd been there with his dad, he wouldn't have opened the door and let those things in. But
yeah,
he didn't.
I think that might be the first episode of the next one.
Let me see. I'm checking right now. Let's see. Sarah in the basement would be a good cliffhanger ending for that. But let me see if that. Yeah, that was that. So I guess I started writing my notes for that scene at the end of this instead of starting a new one, starting the next one. So that was weird. I don't know why I did that. Okay, because I always open up a new document for my notes for the next episode normally. So yeah, it ends there.
Probably just because it ended with Kenny and then started with Kenny.
Right. Yeah, so let's see. I'm just gonna move that in my notes to the next. Okay, so that fixed that. Okay. So that's episode 3. That's episode 3. So see, we're doing pretty good. 3-hour mark, and now I'm hoping to get through the next one, in no more than 2 hours, and be done by the 5-hour mark. Should be able to do that. The next episode has a bit more to discuss in it, but I'm going to try to just stay on topic and really stick to this episode breakdown. Let me go over to the folder for these pictures. So it's This Way Gone. I'm not really sure what that title means. I don't know if it's a reference to something. I don't know. I never looked it up. This Way Gone.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Yeah, if anyone in the chat has any idea what the title could mean, let me know if it's a reference to something else, because I have no idea. So, and it looks like I don't even have images for those scenes. That's weird. Well, I guess I don't really need to. So the scene, I'll just pull up a still from that scene with Kenny and Boyd that starts the episode. And so Kenny is down in the basement of the clinic, looking in his father's former room there, looking at that gnarly blood stain on the floor where his father was left dead. And Boyd finds him down there staring at it. And Kenny says that before they came there, he never saw his mother cry, not even once. So he saw all kinds of other emotions from her, but never that. And now every night he hears her sobbing. And no, wait, is that the end of the episode or the beginning? I'm so confused. It's the end, isn't it?
It's the
I
beginning
don't know
of
how I
episode
got
4.
so
Or are you messing something up here? Because there is a beginning scene with Kenny and episode 4.
in the beginning of episode 4. I'm looking at it right now, and it's a flashback scene.
Oh yeah, where
It's a
his dad's bringing the chessboard in. Yeah, I got you.
yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how my notes got mixed up on that one scene, but it opens with a flashback. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I'm all mixed up here on the timing of that particular scene. So anyway, so I do have images of it then. It's just at the end of my folder. Okay. Never mind. So yes, Tianchen was the most pure person ever. She was lovely. So this episode starts with a flashback. And it's not Kenny's arrival, but it's not that long after they arrived. Kenny and his mom bring his dad to the clinic to live for safety reasons. And he says he doesn't like it, it's too sunny, he wants to go home. And then he asks if they can stay there together, and Kenny says they'll visit him every day, but it's important that he stays somewhere where he can't open the door at night. He said, what happened last night, it's safer this way. And he protests, and then Tianchen lies to him and says that he'll get better and then he'll come home, which really upsets Kenny. And so he goes outside and cries about it. Heartbreaking, dementia is a heartbreaking disease. So he goes outside and he's upset, and Boyd finds him there. And he tells Boyd that those things were knocking at the door last night, and his dad was convinced that his brothers were outside. His mom tried to stop him, but he pushed her. And Boyd empathizes with him and says, this place, there's not a lot holding it together. Everyone is scared and confused. But one thing I learned in the army, it always helps to have people to look to. People who seem like they know what the hell they're doing. That's really all I'm trying to do here. Kenny says that he's doing a good job with that, and Boyd says, I could use some help. I wouldn't mind having a deputy to watching my six. So that was really cool of him to step up, and he becomes a father figure to Kenny when he needs it, when he's losing his dad. And once again, that theme of sticking together, it helps to have people to look to in a bad situation, and people who seem like they know what they're doing, and sticking together and having a leader they can rely on. So that's how they get through. And then we jump to the present, and Kenny's running to get Boyd to bring him to Sarah, who he's just found in the church basement. And then at the Lou house where the Matthews are now living, Julie asks if Tabitha wants some tea and if she's okay. And she asks if it happened again. Tabitha must have seen something based on how she's acting. Tabitha says she needs her to watch Ethan so she can talk to her father, but then she admits that it happened again. She saw something, but she's fine. So she's reluctant, but she is sharing some information with Julie. And then Ethan comes running down the stairs, healing fast, but still using his quest stick. Since Victor said it's for quests and he has an important role to play, I think it's fitting that he's still walking around with his quest stick, but this place is healing him fast. He had his leg impaled, and now he's already running down the stairs, not that long after. So, and I think it could be that the boy in white has healing properties when, under certain circumstances, and he's chosen Ethan, and Ethan is healing quickly. And I remember when we rewatched this the first time, we noticed Ethan's filthy shirt. This shirt used to be, I'm pretty sure it was white, and now it's completely filthy. I guess from digging the hole in the basement. But it made us think maybe it's a hint that he could become the Man in Yellow. His clothes are awfully dirty, like the Man in Yellow's suit got awfully dirty. When he was
and John Griffin said the Man in Yellow he saw originally was on a quest. He had a clean suit, and he acted like he was all on a quest, and then the suit was dirty, and he was sad because the quest failed.
Right. Yeah. Interesting. But I don't think Ethan is going to become the Man in Yellow anymore. But you never know. He could be somehow corrupted by the place in some way.
I think he might be a Man in Yellow Junior kind of intern. That's what I'm working on.
Right. Gosh, I already have to get back on the treadmill. I started the live still on the treadmill, and I feel like I need to get on it again. This is ridiculous. It hasn't even been that long. Every few hours. Anyway. Good night, Guimanera. I don't know if I'm butchering your name. Sorry if I probably am. But excuse me. Good night. Good night. Thank you for being with us. And yeah, I loved that flashback of Kenny and his dad, but it was devastating, but then seeing Kenny with Boyd was really cool. Let's see. I don't want to butcher this name again. And you said your name was, what did you say your name was? Shoot. Now I'm forgetting. Ryan? Okay. Ryan said I could only be here for this episode. Have a good night, everyone. Well, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. And you have a good night. Let's see. Where did I leave off here? Okay, there's where I was screwing up. Okay. Daryl said Kenny's life was looking up despite some of the bad, becoming deputy, and then Christy showing up. Wasn't meant to last. Right. Ethan, creepy and dirty. Mark, Scarlet Man in Yellow intern. So.
That's only if the Man in Yellow turns into Jim and kidnaps him. That's it.
Right. So Jade comes busting in, and he's like, "Oh Christ, are you people living here now? You had a house. It's not my fault you broke it. We finally get rid of those 3 smelly hippies from Colony House, and now we've got you people." I love his lines. Too funny. He's upset that now he has to share the space with them, like as if it's his house. He's a guest there too. Soon after he moves into the bar, and Kenny brings Boyd to see Sarah in the basement and asks for a minute in private to talk to her. Kenny reluctantly leaves and gives him that privacy. And Boyd asks what happened to her after she pushed him in the tree. And she said she followed right behind, and then she was here. And she's been here since the other night. Where the hell did she pee? Like she's been there like a day and a night, I think. She was afraid to leave because she's a fugitive now, basically, and she didn't want anybody to see her.
Maybe somebody gave her a bucket.
Maybe. I think she's been all alone. She said she didn't know what else to do and asked where he went when he went through. But of course, he doesn't answer the question. He doesn't answer anybody's questions about what happened. But I understand why. He says, how did you know? How did you know what that tree was? And she says, a little boy told me. He was standing up on the ridge. He was wearing all white. He said that Nathan was right. He said, we made this place angry, but we'd be safe in there, in the tree. And so he said, so Boyd's like, so this little boy, that's one of the voices you hear. She said, no, this is different. I think he's trapped here like us. that he wants to help, but he's not sure how. I think Sarah is right, and she has a deep insight and connection to this place, so I think we should take what she says seriously. I know that she might have gotten some things wrong at times, but she seems to know what she's talking about, and I think she's right. The boy in white is trapped there like them, and he wants to help, but he's not sure how. We saw an example of that in season 3. There was a flashback where he was trying to help by telling Christopher to go through the tree and save the children, but Christopher snapped. He also told Christopher it looked like he was telling Christopher a lot of information about his past, maybe dropping too much knowledge on him too fast, and it made Christopher snap. So now, in this present time, the boy in white has a different tactic. He's trying to lead people more gradually to the answers and give them hints, but not just spoon feed them the knowledge. So, because he's not sure how to help, he wants to help break the cycle of violence, but he's not sure how to do it. I think she's right, and I think he is trapped there. Now, he appeared to Tabitha on the street in Camden in season 3. That doesn't mean that he can just come and go as he pleases, though. He could have projected a vision to her, a waking dream, if you will, outside of the place. You know, she had dreams of Fromville since she was a little girl, and you could call this a kind of dream, but a waking dream. Doesn't mean that he can actually escape Fromville. I think he's also trapped there too. But he can, project himself out as a voice in someone's head or a vision or a dream. He also appeared to Elgin in a dream on his way into town on the bus. He was in his dream reciting that cicada nursery rhyme. So yeah, that's what I think. And Boyd says, I'm glad you're back, but you being here, that's a shitstorm waiting to happen. So he's fully Team Sarah now. He's won, she's won him over. And she says, you know what you have to do. It was always going to end like this. You knew that when you brought me out there. There's no way I can ever live here again. So she's saying she wants to go in the box. She thinks he has to put her in the box. After what she did, there's no way that she can live there again. Well, she was wrong about that. I think the town accepted her being there way too easily, if you ask me. I don't think it was realistic. I think more people should have objected. So she's
but they didn't really know about all her crimes, Julie. Just a few, but not all of them.
That's true. But even what they do know, it's bad enough trying to kill a kid, and they know about that, and she doesn't think she can ever live there again after that. And she's done. She feels like she's done her part. She helped Boyd get back safely, and conveyed what the voices were saying in her head to him, what the Abby voice said. So she feels like in this episode, she feels like she helped, and she wants to die now. Like, she wants to die for what she did. It's kind of like Frank. Frank wanted to go in the box, and it seems like she wants to go in the box. In a subsequent episode, she, what does she say? I forget what she says about wanting to just leave, just go off into the woods then, since he won't put her in the box. He says he's got to talk to Kenny and tells her to sit tight. And she's not very good at following instructions. In later episodes, she really doesn't listen. She normally does not listen at all. She says, you didn't tell Kenny about
the other time when she popped out when Ellis was there.
Yeah, in the woods. And he lets her know that he didn't tell Kenny about that night at the clinic. So she's gonna do that for him. And so Boyd explains to Kenny, Sarah is uniquely connected to this place. Something here has communicated with her. She hears voices. I know how it sounds, but Father Katri locked her up in that basement. He questioned her, and what he found proof of is that something here is talking to her, using her like a... And Kenny interjects, like a pawn. So this goes back to my chess game theory, how I think this place functions like a chess game, and they keep on bringing that metaphor back around. So something here is using Sarah like a pawn. And, you know, this has started from the very first episode. The chess game has been featured. Game terminology has been featured in the dialogue. And they said that they hid a lot of clues and all the answers, everything you need to know. Everything that you really need to know, they said, is in the first episode. And the chess game is in the first episode. Kenny said we're running out of spaces on the board in the second one, and I think it was in the second episode. So yeah, more chess here. Sarah's definitely a pawn. Boyd says he figured if something here is using her, if she really is connected to this place, then we can use that to understand what this place actually is. And by the way, I have a 2-part video theory on my chess game theory of how this place works. And the 2 parts are linked in the description of this live stream. I released them in the off season, so they didn't get as many views as my From videos normally do. But one of them is focusing on the man in yellow entity. The other is focusing on the boy in white. And now these are the 2 entities that are basically playing the game of chess using these people they bring into town as their chess pieces, manipulating them. So Kenny says, so she's just been downstairs since Father Katri died, and then Boyd admits that he took her with him to the woods. And when push came to shove, she's the reason I made it back. That girl downstairs saved my life. And I know this place did bad things, and I know she did bad things, horrible things. But this place, it can make you think you're doing them for good reasons. That's a huge theme here. This place turns helpful people into monsters. It's that what we saw in that season 4 trailer, become what you fear what you become. Once again, this place turns helpful people into monsters by design. The evil entity does that because that helps. It helps the violent cycle continue if you break down the helpful people who could actually make it stop and help people survive. Kenny says she killed her own brother. She tried to kill a 9-year-old. You lied to everyone. You lied to me. And Boyd says, you're right, and I know what she did is unforgivable, but look, when she killed those people, and then Kenny's like, people, it was just Nathan. Oops. Boyd's like, I mean, she almost, Ethan, you know what I'm talking about, right? He's tripping all over his words. Yep. Kenny says, what's that? Yeah, he almost, he let it slip. He let a little of the truth slip out there, right then. And she indirectly killed other people too, and she killed Toby and Nathan directly. Kenny says, what's gonna happen when everyone finds out? She's dangerous. Boyd, she belongs in the box. Boyd says she's not dangerous, not anymore. She's not going in the box. She's not going in the goddamn box, okay? No one else is going into the fucking box. He never wanted anyone to go in there in the first place. He never intended that. He thought it would be a good enough deterrent that nobody would ever need to go in there. And having gone through the trauma of seeing Frank go in the box, he never wants to do that again. So he's done. So even if there are no consequences now, that means they need to come up with something else, an alternative. The box shouldn't be their only form of punishment. They should, if you kill somebody there, if you're a threat, if you're a danger to others, they got to do something. I think they should at least lock them up. But I think Sarah should have been locked up for the safety of everybody else, because they couldn't be sure if the voices in her head would tell her to kill somebody else and she would listen? How could they be sure? Boyd is a little too confident, if you ask me, and that she'll never do anything like that again. And just for everyone's safety, I really think, even though she's a victim of this place, I think just for the safety reason, she should have been locked up in the sheriff's station. Then he gets dizzy and he goes outside for some air and sees the worms under his skin and collapses. Kenny finds him like that and calls for help. So Boyd is going through it here. Let's see. Ledness says box was a bad idea, guys. Yes. Let's see. Debbie says I finally have a cute little music note next to my channel name. Cool, Debbie. Very cool. Lovely. And she's going to be participating in a panel soon in which they compare the synchronicities and similarities between Lost and From. That's awesome, Debbie. Very cool. Hey, Chris M. Nice to see you. I have a crazy theory. When Boyd went through the tree, he went to the future. So when Julie talks something to him, she could interact with him. But when he left that area, he went to the present. Let's see. Martin knew Julie because he's from the future. He didn't recognize Boyd's gun because he's from the future. When Julie left and heard Tabitha in the tunnel, she went back to the past. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's so crazy. It's possible, Martin could be from the future. Yeah, that's an interesting theory, Chris. That was Martin in a jail. Let's see, that area Martin is jailed in is either in the future or some in-between space where she story walks, but the way the writers filmed it, it made it seem like it was Boyd's present because we are watching the storyline from Boyd's perspective. But once we see Julie's perspective, it will show that this is where and how Julie story walks, through this space. This area space is like that cat in the box thing. It doesn't exist until you observe it. Boyd is the cat in the box. He doesn't exist until Julie enters that space. Fascinating theory, Chris. I like it. Yeah, very out of the box thinking. Oh, I didn't see this one. Debbie said, it just happened. I'm an official YouTube music channel. Finally, it's taken months for them to recognize that I'm the same person who makes the art and music for my mixed media videos. Awesome, Debbie. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. That's great. That's great news. Very cool. Jay says the boy in white can leave Fromville just like Jacob did in Lost. When is the Lost stream? Oh, Jay. It's tough to fit it in right now. Hopefully if we can get enough of the rewatch done fast enough, we can fit it in. I promise I'm going to do it. But right now I've just been completely slammed with all these rewatch streams we're doing and making theory videos ahead of season 4, and just, oh my god, it's a lot. It's a lot, but I promise it's going to get done. It's just a matter of finding the time to do it, because I want to do it justice. I want to really do it justice. I don't want to just be like, oh, just hit the live button and just, ramble on about whatever. I want to really, put thought into it, into the Lost stream, and make comparisons, make parallels to From. I really want to do that. I don't want to just phone it in. I mean, I could just make it really, really informal, and just do it to get it done. But I would like to put, some thought into it. Yeah. So, yeah, Debbie, let us know. Let us know when the stream is going to happen. And welcome, GMAX. I had initially thought the box was, let's see, witness the monsters close up and personal and scare the hell out of the person. I didn't realize it was meant to be a death sentence. Yeah, I think that would be a great way to do it. It's just scare them instead of kill them. You know, if the box had a talisman in it, that would be better.
Or if it's just like the bus in Randall, but you had to put somebody in the bus.
Right. GMX says it would be more effective if they fortified the box to make it impenetrable and use it as a scare deterrent. Yeah, maybe hide a talisman in there and not tell the person that it's in there. Chris said that's why Sarah said says he's not a boy. Oh yeah, Sarah says that the boy in white is not a boy, and she's correct about that. So from there, let's move on to the next scene. What happened to my images? Oh, so over at Colony House, Fatima asks Julie to be one of her bridesmaids at her wedding. She tells Julie Elgin's having a rough time. And Julie offers to go talk to him. So yeah, I'll go through that one pretty quickly, just for the sake of time. But this is the first time they interacted since Julie asked if she could kiss her, which was so awkward and secondhand embarrassment fueling. But yeah, there's no awkwardness here anymore. It seems like, nothing. It didn't even happen. They don't even address it. And then in Victor's room, he's drawing this creepy thing. It looks kind of like a big, like, gorilla face with like scary teeth, but I don't think that's what it is. I'm not sure what he's trying to draw here. But it's representative, he says, of his experience that he just had with Tabitha. So I don't know what that is. What in the hell is it? Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Yeah, but I don't know. To me, it looks like two eyes.
It almost looks like one of the totems too, with the mouth and everything. How it is?
Yeah, it looks like two eyes, two nostrils, and the mouth. Kind of looks like similar to the totems. So I don't know. And it looks like he drew Clara's bike for some reason. Ethan knocks at his door and says he's glad Victor's okay, and what follows is very much like two kids talking.
I love this. Really, I love the back and forth on this one.
It's really funny. Victor's mad at Ethan. Ethan asks to come in, and he's like, I don't know, are you going to steal anything else? He lets him in. Ethan says he tried to tell Jade not to mess up his room. And he says, my mom said you helped her out in the forest. Victor said, she's a nice lady. You're lucky to have a mom like that. Well, she was once your mom too, Victor. The irony. Ethan asks what he's drawing, and he says, new stuff, things we saw. But you saw an evil gorilla head? Because that's what I'm seeing. Like, I don't know what that is.
It could be one of the monsters in the cave sleeping or something, just kind of abstracted.
It's got to be that. One of the monsters in the cave sleeping. Ethan says, you and my mom? Victor says, yeah. He says, where did you guys go? And Victor, of course, clams up, doesn't give him any more info, and says, you should go now. I'm pretty busy. busy drawing his crayon pictures.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's the scene where Ethan gives him the crappy orange marker too, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just about to say. Ethan says, I found things in the storage closet. I thought you might like them. And he gives him some markers. It says, I'm sorry I made you mad. And Victor doesn't even say thank you, and Ethan leaves. So that's that. Julie introduces herself to Elgin. He asks how her dad is, and says, you been here a while? Julie says, not that long. Kind of feels like a lifetime. I find that kind of ironic now, knowing that she's a story walker, because she's been here longer than she thinks. If you think about it, with time being fluid and the story walking, it's like she was here before in a way, because she's visited the past. She just doesn't know it yet.
And I also her shirt has boats on it, which I find really interesting. Like a mode of travel. She's even wearing it on her.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice that. The boats.
Yeah. It almost looks like a map. You know those old-timey maps that have boats on them that are kind of sepia tone. And that's what it reminds
me. Yes. And she tells Elgin she'll be around if he wants to talk, and it actually helps to talk. And then Ethan needs her to take him home. He's just like a little kid who had a fight with his friend. He wants to go right home, all upset. And Elgin just sits there with this creepy look at, he's been just sitting there staring off into space silently by himself on the porch. Ever since he got there, he's being weird and keeping to himself. He definitely saw something wild in that dream that he just doesn't remember, but it gives him a sense of dread. He doesn't remember why, but he just knows this place is bad, and he doesn't remember the details. Kind of like Victor and his screwed up memory. It's frustrating watching Elgin in season 2, really, just waiting for him to remember his damn dream already. Let's see, I'll go to the chat before we go on. Victor is a pack rat. Yeah, indeed. Victor pushing Ethan away, so sad. Yeah, it was. Victor drew Clara's bike in honor of season 4 coming out on Bicycle Day, 4/19. Let's see. Let's see. Debbie mentioned the black figure on the cave wall behind the red monster. I've been saying since season 1, are Jacob and the Man in Black still playing, what is that? Sinette? Oh, interesting. Interesting, Debbie.
Yeah, I've actually played Cement.
Oh.
It's like an Egyptian game.
Yeah. So yeah, going on from there. So Christy examines Boyd, and he has the spider bites. So he shows her those. And then she notices that giant wound on his arm where Martin clawed him with his nasty ass fingernails. And he's like, oh, that's just nothing. A branch scraped my arm. It doesn't, like, how would that work exactly? You get a wound that deep from a branch? Of course he doesn't.
Boyd's not good at like concealing the truth, as we see.
He's not a very good liar. That's not a good, fake explanation of that. And I better plug in my Chromebook before it dies. It's got 2%. Oops, 2% battery. That was my water bottle. Sorry about all the noise. Okay. Okay, I hope this will work. Okay, because I'm going to get on the treadmill too. So you'll hear a little bit of treadmill in the background. And anyway, so she asks him about his Parkinson's symptoms, and he denies having any. And he says that the disease started to mess with his dad's mind in the end. She says that doesn't happen until later. And it shows that he's questioning his sanity. He's questioning reality. And that's why he asks her that. After the dungeon dream state thing that he went through, he's wondering if his Parkinson's is making him hallucinate things. So first he thought maybe he's in a coma. Now he's thinking maybe it's the Parkinson's. Then he stands up, but he gets dizzy again, and she has to help steady him. So Once again, the evil entity trying to break his mind, trying to make him an ineffective leader, to put everyone in town at risk who rely on him for their survival. And over at the diner, Kenny picks up food for Boyd, and she wants to know if he's talked to Christy and asks if he's okay, because she knows, a mom knows, she knows what's going on, and that Kenny was sweet on Christy, but he says that he just wants Christy to be happy. He says, I knew she was engaged. So yeah, he's a good friend. Kenny is too good for this world. He really is. Now we're about halfway through my notes in the episode, so we're making good time. Boyd laughing in the scene with Christy was so good. Yeah, it was. I love Boyd. He's such a great character. And thanks, Debbie. Well, you might hear it now. Let's see how audible it is. You might hear just a little bit of a whirring sound in the background. But it's how I manage my pain so that I can stay on the stream longer. I have to do this every few hours. It's a nerve pain thing. So from there, let's see, where are we? So then over at the bar, Jade shows up looking for a place to be alone, and Bacta's there because Tom's gone. Tom's dead now, and nobody's hanging out at the bar. There's no bartender. And once again, Jade has a funny line. He's just like, for fuck's sake, there's literally nowhere in this town where I can go to be alone. And Bacta says, that boy, he said to me, turn around. He begged me. I didn't listen, meaning Elgin. So she's feeling guilty. Like if she had turned the bus around, maybe they could have somehow gotten out.
It wouldn't have mattered.
It wouldn't have mattered. Jade asks her when. Was it before or after you saw the tree? And she replies, after. So he says, oh, then you were already screwed. Apparently it's once you see the tree, that's when everything, I wouldn't spend that much time kicking yourself over that. So yeah, once you see the tree, you're already stuck. Unless you go over the tree and then maybe you can get out. No one's ever tried that.
Just run into the woods.
Right. Yeah, that no one's ever tried that either. But yeah, when Elgin said turn the bus around, they were way past the tree. They were in town. So they were already screwed for sure. And she says, those people were on my bus. It was my responsibility to get them where they were going. And Jade's like, does your pity party come with finger sandwiches? If you want to feel like shit because your life is fucked. Don't carry a bunch of guilt thinking that you ruined anyone else's. Besides, they were riding a bus. Their lives couldn't have been that great to begin with. Jade has the best lines in the show, hands down. That was great. That was such a rich guy asshole kind of thing to say. I loved it. And that's how he really feels, as a rich guy. When is he on a bus? She says that she wasn't even supposed to be driving that day. She says, I took that job to pay for my degree, and she stayed a few extra weeks to put aside something extra to take a trip, celebrate. She says, like, I deserve a little reward, right? Is this what I deserve? And Jade responds how he says, I sold my company right before I got here. Finally achieved the one thing I always wanted. The one thing I worked my whole life for. And they toast to getting what we deserve.
Yeah.
So he's like, and he says, it doesn't get easier. Boy, Jade's great at pep talks, isn't he?
Yeah.
It doesn't get easier.
Here, have some more crappy potato vodka.
Yeah.
Live it up.
So this scene underscores the fact that people often get to this place when they're at a crossroads in their lives. This has happened a bunch of times. There are a bunch of examples. So there's a big achievement, a new start, a milestone, a big like transition in their lives, whether positive or negative. There's Boyd's retirement from the army. There's the Matthews getting a divorce. Kenny's family feeling like they got a second chance to keep his dad safe after he wandered off that night. And then you've got Jade selling his company and Bacta.
You have Mari going to rehab too, because she has that rehab folder.
Mari, yep.
Yeah.
Mari was going to rehab to detox off drugs. So it's interesting how many examples there are of this. And we don't know enough of the backstories of everybody to know if all of the chosen people fit that description. We really just don't have enough information. We know Randall was on his way to a birthday party, but maybe he was at a crossroads too, and we just don't know it. Tilly was just on the way to the racetrack, but she was about to transition into the next life. She's dying. So you could say Tilly is also at a crossroads. She's terminally ill. Who else? We don't know. Like Christy, we don't really have a lot of information on that. Christy was going to marry Marielle. Maybe that was her crossroads. They were engaged. Let's see. Who else is there? Donna was on a hunting trip with her sister. So, was she at a crossroads? Well, we don't really have enough information to know. Let's see. Who else is there? Sarah was at a crossroads. She was starting a new life. Nathan saved her from her ex. She implied her ex was probably abusive and she was getting away from him and going to live with her brother. So Sarah is another one. You could point to so many examples. What else? Who else is there? Elgin, we don't know. We don't know the deal with Elgin. He was going to visit his grandma, but we don't know what else was happening. Maybe he was at a crossroads too. Who knows? But it's interesting that they seem to get plucked out of their lives at those pivotal moments. And maybe as a result of that, it makes them easier to manipulate as chess pieces in all of this by the entities in charge. G-Mix says they are all going through life transitions. Father Katri too. Yes, that's another one. He was about to jump off a bridge. So he was about to transition into death. He just killed somebody because the guy, it was implied that the guy killed his own son, and Father Katri killed him in a rage. He was about to jump off a bridge, and the Fromville entities intervened. Oh my God, it scared me. I heard a door open and it was really loud. It almost jumped out of my skin just now. Once you see the tree, that's it. You're in. Proving Jade's point. Yes. So, going over the tree does nothing. The show would have brought that up by now. Well, you never know. There's a lot of stuff that the show is just now starting to explore. So, I think that we'll never know. We may just have to theorize about that, and we'll never really know. Because if someone could get out by going over the tree, well, it would screw things up. Like if Tabitha had just gone over the tree and gotten back out, it would screw up the plot line. She was supposed to come back to town. I was wishing she had run over the tree just to see what would happen. I think it's possible that there could be a way back out that there could still be a portal there back to their world, a thin spot. And that's why the crows, you know, swarm there. They're always there on the other side of the tree, swarming, intimidating people to go back into their cars. That's what they did to the Matthews. They went right back in their cars. And Ethan said, what are they doing? I think they were guarding the threshold and intimidating them on purpose. They also did it to the people in the ambulance. And they're always there. Everyone sees the crows. Debbie says they were all on one last trip before. Like they were all in some sort of transition before coming there. That's why I thought Fatima was going to say that she was not AFAB when finding out she's preggo. AFAB? What's AFAB? AFAB meaning assigned female at birth. Okay, gotcha. Right, because that would be, you know, she said that it was impossible for her to get pregnant. So maybe she doesn't even have a uterus. Gotcha. Jade was on two kinds of trips, if you know what I mean. Yes, he was. He was on one hell of a drug trip, a drug field trip, in addition to his actual trip. So, moving onward from there, Tabitha catches Marielle rooting around in the medicine cabinet. Speaking of drugs and drug use, abuse. So Marielle is rooting around in there, and she's an addict who had been on her way to rehab. And she says she's a nurse and was just helping Christy inventory the supplies. But I think she was stealing drugs for her addiction, potentially. She looks like a kid caught with her hand in the cookie jar. And then Tabitha finds Jim looking at, like standing near the wreckage of their house. And Jim says, I lay down there all night thinking I was going to die and kept asking myself, why? Why did that road lead us here? What the fuck is the point of all this? And it's interesting. I think in the show, the people there, they ask a lot of questions that we ask just as humans questioning life. Why are we here? What's the point? You know, why did all these terrible things happen to us as good people and whatnot? It's kind of like this place is sort of a microcosm of just existence on Earth as a human. And little does Jim know his purpose is going to be to die here, but his purpose is going to be to help Tabitha help Tabitha and Jade unlock the secret to the music notes, to the bottle tree numbers, so that they can remember they were reincarnated. So he has a purpose. There is a point to him being there, and there's a huge point to her being there. She was fated to come back there again and again until she can figure out how to save the children. So there is a point. And unfortunately, Jim's purpose is to help them, to be instrumental in helping them get their revelation, and then have to pay for it with his life.
I like the instrumental, since he was talking about music in 12.
I didn't even mean to make that pun or anything. And he says, do you know Christy's fiance was on that bus? And what you said about the wires not being connected, that's not possible. It's just that there's no way. When we build a new roller coaster, we design it to do things that seem impossible. Because the more impossible it seems, the stronger the reaction you get from the people riding it. What if all of this was designed just to see how we react? I mean, what if this is all some kind of fucked up experiment? So there's the experiment theory. Here we are. It's something I can understand somebody thinking, like, what if this is all just an experiment that they're in? And maybe they're in a simulation. He tells her the radio worked. We made contact with someone. I heard a voice, a man. That's why I came running back here. He warned me or threatened me, I don't know which, but he knew my name and he said, you shouldn't be digging. And just like that, the house collapsed. So she says, you think someone is watching us? And he says, all I know is someone got on the other end of that radio and they talked to me. She asks if anyone else heard it. And he remembers, of course, Donna. This is the first time he remembers Donna heard it. I don't know why he didn't think of that right away and go right to her. Like, hey, Donna, you heard that voice too. What the fuck? But I guess with everything that happened to him, that slipped his mind with the house falling on him and all. So yeah, he needs to definitely check in with Donna and discuss that with her. I get the theory that it could be an experiment. It's not a crazy idea. There are simulations. People can be put into like some kind of a dream state. In science fiction, it's happened before. So, even Jim with a grounded mentality and a scientific mind, he can come to a theory like that. I understand it. Daryl says, I would think it's an experiment too. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. About Marielle, Christine. Hey, Christine Jellybean. She says, Julie, I don't think Jade was on drugs. I think he escaped from an institution that was running tests on humans. Toby saved him. Oh, interesting. Hey, you never know. We don't know enough about Jade and Toby, I think. I want more information on them and what they were doing before they got there in more detail. But I don't know if we'll ever get that because the creators of the show have said they're never going to show flashbacks to before people arrived in town, before people were on that road that led them to town. Daryl says Donna gives Jim good advice. Yeah, she tells him to keep his mouth shut and not tell anybody about the voice on the radio. Which is frustrating, though, to keep that to themselves. I don't know. I don't know how good that advice is. I think at the very least he should have told Boyd, the leader of the town, like the key people should be sharing info. And Jade, the smartest person in town, he should have been told. Maybe don't go around telling everybody, but just tell some of the key people. Let me go back up a little bit. Let's see. Daryl says they've already explained going over the tree doesn't matter by telling us once you see the tree, you're already in. Marielle, sneaky. Debbie says, I think the tree is an illusion. It's the turning around that gets you. It could be just an illusion. Absolutely. If there are other illusions in this place, either that or it exists in a liminal space, which I tend to think that it's a liminal space in between their world and this Fromville dimension. It's neither here nor there because once they turn around and go in a circle, the tree is gone. So it's either that or it's an illusion. I'd say one or the other. That tree doesn't exist in the real world or in Fromville because it's just gone when they turn around and drive in circles on the same road. And if it were in the real world, I think more cars would get sucked into this place by that tree. And this place doesn't want that many people just showing up. It handpicks people. So let's see. Jay says, is From just a couple's experience for Jade and Tabitha, like Total Recall simulation? Well, you never know.
You seem to recall. You seen it, Julie?
Oh yeah, it's a great movie. I really liked it. I just saw it last year for the first time.
I just imagine them doing this over and over again, like as some kind of couples therapy.
Oh man, yeah. Well, you never know. I've seen theories that people could be brought here to, work on whatever they need to let go of as some kind of radical therapy. But I hope it's not a simulation. It's definitely still in play. Even though Tabitha supposedly got out, that could be a level 2 of the simulation. So I have to keep an open mind. I don't like that. I don't want it to be that theory, but I have to at least acknowledge that it's possible, right?
And it's fueled by LSD water.
Right.
That's the juice that runs the thing.
And we've got to at least acknowledge possibilities, even if we don't want them to come to fruition, you know? You just have to be open-minded and acknowledge, like, yes, that theory is still on the table. Just being honest.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting with LSD that it could be part of a simulation, but it also could be mystical, because LSD has a mystical vibe to it as well.
Yes.
Or both.
Yes. 112 says, I hope it's not an experiment. I hope that there's a mystical link or curse going on. I believe there is. Yes. I after the lore that we got in season 3, the mythos this show is building, that kind of backstory, they're not just going to flush it and say, psych, everyone's all just plugged into the Matrix. It's not real. No one was reincarnated. The monsters aren't real. None of this is real. You know, that would just be a really cheap trick to pull, and lazy writing, lazy, unoriginal writing. They explained too much. They came up with this whole mythos. Some entity promised immortality to the original townspeople in exchange for the sacrifice of their children. So they did that, and then they were turned into immortal shape-shifting monsters. And Tabitha and Jade, they failed to save the children, were cursed to come back over and over again in subsequent lives to try to, break the curse. I mean, are they really going to just erase all of that and say it's all fake? It's just a sim? I just don't think they're going to go that route. I don't think that the writers would do that. But you never know. I have to at least say that it's still on the table. Daryl says, Julie and I are going to whoop John Griffin if it's not supernatural. Yeah, it will be. I can almost guarantee it that it will be supernatural. Based on what we learned in season 3, yes. Debbie says, it is Julie. I agree. We're in a dual world situation with a liminal space between. Okay, yes. Absolutely. So you're on.
I really wish I would have got you to watch The Endless, Julie, because it's similar things happen in The Endless.
I actually did. I just recently watched that with Karl.
Oh, did you like it?
Yeah, it was interesting. I liked it. I just wish that in the end, I wish that it were explained a little more. They leave it so ambiguous. I wanted more answers. I like answers.
Oh. Like what question? Oh, I don't know if I want to spoil it for anybody else, but I thought they answered everything pretty well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe we could talk about it some other time.
Yeah, it's a really interesting movie.
But I'm just saying there's a space where somebody can be in a space and another person can be there. They can be looking at each other but not seeing each other. That kind of thing.
Right. So getting back into this, Boyd is washing up in the bathroom when he emerges to find Ghost Katri for the first time. The Ghost Katri himself in the not so flesh, because whatever he is, he's not really there. And Boyd looks around. I mean, poor Boyd. He's already questioning his sanity, and now he sees a vision of his dead friend sitting there. Like, really? He's already experienced so much that makes him question his perception of reality, and now this place is assaulting his sense of what's real, and the timing of that again. The timing of that is one reason why I think this this is likely to be part of the evil entity and not just part of his imagination, in my opinion. The timing of it, this fits right in with everything else that's making him question his sanity, appearing to him now. He looks around in complete disbelief, and then he finds Katri sitting there at his desk with the chessboard. That's key, with the chessboard. And the chessboard, again, is being brought back as a hint that this place is being governed by two forces that are using the people like chess pieces, manipulating them. And that's why we keep having the chess metaphor shoved in our faces. Whether or not Ghost Katri is part of the entity or not, it doesn't matter. That chess metaphor, it's there for a reason. And it was just there again with Kenny saying that suggesting that the voices are using Sarah as a pawn. So Katri says, it's your move, Boyd, but I gotta say, your options don't look great. So he's referring to chess. It's your move, and your options don't look great. There's the game metaphor. And Boyd says, this ain't real. You're not here. Katri says, you want to talk about what can and can't be real? That's the part you want to focus on? Boyd's like, I don't know. I got a little mystery boy sending people through magic trees in the forest. My hand's not shaking anymore, but now I got fucking worms underneath my skin. So yeah, maybe that's the part we should talk about. So here, Boyd is questioning his sanity, that maybe none of this is real. And so yeah, that's the part he wants to talk about. Because maybe that's the only thing that matters. If none of this is real, then why even talk about anything else? A little mystery boy sends him through a magic tree in the forest. He wound up in a dungeon with a guy chained to a wall who infected him with worms under his skin. And now he's seeing his dead friend in his office. Katri says, how exactly are you going to tell Kenny that Sarah killed his dad? Boyd says she didn't kill him, but Katri says she opened the door, potato. And I agree. She might as well have killed Kenny's dad by opening the door. Indirectly, she killed him. He says, you think Kenny's really going to care about the minutia of exactly what happened? What benefit is there in Kenny knowing that you lied to him, you betrayed him, you found out the truth about how his father died, and you not only spared the person responsible, you gave her your trust, your friendship. And he does make a point. He does have a point there. What is the point? Just to clear his conscience. But he's not accounting for the fact that Kenny could learn the truth from someone else, from Sarah herself, and that would be an even worse betrayal. Not hearing it from Boyd, and that's exactly what happens. Boyd says, all of this was your fucking idea. Katri's like, oh, come on, Boyd, really? It's poor form to blame the dead. I love Katri in life and in death. I loved his sense of humor, and his dialogue was so well written. And Boyd says, because it was Katri's idea to use Sarah as a tool and to spare her and put her trust in her. And Boyd says, I did what I had to do. She's valuable. And Katri responds, she may well be of value, but which is why you need to keep your fucking mouth shut. What value is the truth to Kenny now? You think he's going to be better off once he finds out? Or will you simply be relieving the burden of your own guilt? Again, he's got a point there. Sometimes maybe it's better not to tell the truth if it's just going to mean you're unburdening your own conscience and hurting the person. But he's going to find out from somebody else and be even more hurt. He can't count on Sarah to keep her mouth shut. So I still say this was bad advice for that reason. And Boyd says somehow you being dead made you more of an asshole. Katri says, leaders sometimes have to make tough decisions. You of all people know this. You want to be everyone's friend? Go be the new bartender. I hear the position's open. But if you want to lead these people home, sometimes you have to make a shitty decision. I tried telling you this before. You didn't listen. Listen to me now. He's right about that. He makes some good points. Leaders sometimes have to make some lousy decisions. And those decisions hurt people, like putting his trust in Sarah after she caused the death of Kenny's father and keeping that from Kenny. But, Katri did always push Boyd to be the one who'll lead these people home and to be the strong one and put his issues aside for that purpose. So that is consistent with the way Katri was with him in life. But again, I just don't think it's good advice to do this at this time. And Boyd stops, he's just going to try to walk away from this conversation saying, I'm not going to lie to him. So he's not listening. He's not taking Katri's advice, and he turns to walk away. And this is where I look sideways at this guy. This is where I find this really sus, because as Boyd turns to walk away, not listening to what he's trying to get him to do, trying to manipulate him to do, Katri picks up a rook and follows him. So he's actively manipulating Boyd like a chess piece while holding a chess piece and pointing it at him. It couldn't be any more in our faces. He's trying to convince Boyd to do something, or in this case, not to do something. So he's trying to manipulate his actions like he's a chess piece. And that's exactly what I think the evil entity is trying to do with people, both the good entity and the evil entity. So you could argue maybe this was sent by the boy in white. If you want to say this is good advice, maybe this entity was sent by the boy in white trying to help.
And rooks also are towers too, so that kind of connects to the boy in white in the lighthouse.
Right. But since I think this is bad advice, I would say this is the evil entity sending him this vision. And then he follows Boyd saying, what was that thing Ellis said about that thing everyone holds on to? That's what you are to Kenny now. He's referring to what he and Ellis just talked about. That tether, like the name of this episode, Boyd is that tether that Kenny is holding on to now to keep himself from breaking.
This one's name is also other than Tether.
What?
Episode 4 isn't it called like what's the name of it?
Oh yeah, not this episode, but the previous
This
episode.
Way Gone.
Yeah, the previous episode was called
Tether,
was called Tether. So Katri is referring to the conversation that Boyd and Ellis had in that episode about having something to hold on to keep yourself from breaking.
Okay.
In other words, your tether. And he's saying that Kenny, he is that tether for Kenny now. He says, you're the father Kenny no longer has. What do you think happens when you take that away? Broken people don't survive here, Boyd. That's one of those quotes that I think we should all cement in our memories about how this place works. Broken people don't survive here. So once you get completely broken, you're done for here. And everyone, it's not a light switch thing. Like, oh, you're all of a sudden broken. It happens gradually. And what we're seeing season by season is the gradual breaking of everyone, including Boyd. He's been breaking all along. The question is, will he break completely? Will he get completely broken in the end? I don't think so. I think he will get close, but in the end, he won't completely break. Fatima, on the other hand, I don't know. I think Fatima might be completely broken. Sarah is broken, and you have to wonder how long Sarah's going to survive here, because Sarah is already a broken person after everything that she's done. That broken snowman ornament that she has, that's a metaphor for her. She's a broken person. How long can she actually survive? Is she going to get killed off? Sorry, Daryl, I have to ask the question. I know how much you love Sarah. But, I think that just narratively, they would be foolish to kill her off because she's got such a unique connection to the place. So they should keep her around at least to the final season. But I definitely don't see her making it out of the place alive. She will wind up dying in a heroic way that'll complete her redemption arc.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And, broken people don't survive. Frank was a broken person. He gave in to despair. He lost hope that he'd ever get out. He started drinking so much. He neglected his family. They wound up dead, and he was so broken, he put himself in the box. And we see others slowly breaking. So yeah, that's a huge theme in the show, and the goal of the evil entity is to break people. So anyway, that's where he convinces Boyd. Boyd doesn't say anything, and the scene ends there, but that's where he convinces him not to tell Kenny. I think in that moment, he's convinced not to tell him. But we'll never really know for sure, like, what Boyd would have done, because by the end of the episode, Sarah has already confessed to Kenny. So I don't know. Boyd does tell Kenny that he was going to tell him. So maybe Ghost Katri didn't convince him. Now, he looked like he was starting to give in there. Yeah, so as we go through the rewatch, I'll really be paying close attention to all the Ghost Katri appearances. And in the aggregate, I find him suspicious. I don't think his advice is good. It is right. It is correct that telling Kenny doesn't really fix anything and takes Boyd away as a father figure if Kenny can't ever forgive him. But and it's just assuaging Boyd's guilty conscience to confess. But Sarah can't be trusted to keep her mouth shut. So it's a much worse betrayal to Kenny to let Sarah spill the beans and be the one to tell him, which is exactly what happens. So I don't trust this entity, and I don't think it's a projection of his conscience. If evil Ghost Abby was part of the evil entity, she was clearly part of the entity. This could be as well. Either that, or I don't know. I mean, the boy in white entity could have projected this, but I think he's helpful, so he wouldn't have given Boyd what I think is bad advice. I'll check on the chat before we go over to the last section. There are, I think, 2 more scenes, or maybe 3 more scenes. We're almost to the end. I have just a little bit more to go. Hey there, Quentin. Welcome. Julie B, your dedication is dope as hell. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for your support and the kind words. It's a lot of fun doing this. I enjoy it. Thank you. And Mark says, yeah, this part, I will admit, this was good advice, Mark. Ghost Katri did advise Boyd not to torture Elgin at the end of season 3, and Boyd didn't listen. And I think that what he said in that scene was actually good advice. It was not suspicious. And he talked about how the place is trying to break him, and that the place will have won if he does torture Elgin. So I'm not 100% team entity when it comes to Ghost Katri. I'm not 100%. I'm willing to keep an open mind. Let's see. Mark says, I get what you are saying, but whatever Katri is, his conversations tend to be well placed and serve as good advice. Okay. Fake Katri, what up? Christine asked, what do you think was the answers from episode 1? Oh, a lot of important things, like the Matthews in the RV scene with Ethan and Julie and the finger puppets. I think it tells us how story walking is going to work, that Julie can't save Jim, just like you can't bring his finger puppet Norman back from the dead. That's one answer that I think is in episode 1. But and Julie's illusions shirt, she has a shirt that says illusions. That's a clue about the way this place works. Things are not as they seem. There's a lot of stuff, Christine. Let's see. I believe Julie's story walking was teased with her telling stories to Ethan. Yes, Daryl. Absolutely. That was in episode 1. So they are in a game. Yes, I think they are. Something, it's real though. I don't think it's some fake thing. I think they are actually living this. And yes, Daryl, in season 3, Donna says the game here is rigged. Yep. Debbie says, sounds like Jacob and Man in Black playing the ancient Egyptian game of Senet. One light, one dark. John Locke. Yes, it does. There are hundreds of references to games. Indeed. Ayush says, I am very interested to know who was Martin, how did he know Boyd, Julie and Abby's exact sentence, if it's all just a dream. Yeah. It could be either Martin was a story walker, and so he learned about Abby that way, or the evil entity possessed him in that moment, which is what I think it probably happened. That because he had the worms in him, the evil entity possessed him. It was able to possess him and speak through him. And it knew about Abby, thinking it was all just a dream. Christine says, saying leading these people home sounds like Moses, sounds biblical. It does, kind of, yeah. And there are a lot of biblical references in the show. Debbie says, but there are most certainly dream elements. My take is that the residents' dreams and nightmares become reality there. Yes, Debbie, I 100% agree. Breaking Boyd. Is that Rook made by Kenny? Yes, it is. It is. That's the Rook Boyd took from Kenny in season 1, episode 2. The episode where Kenny murdered that tree. Yes. Mark says, yes, Boyd will hold, but he does go far. Indeed. He's going to go close to his breaking point. Daryl says if Sarah dies, it'll be in the final season. I agree. Christine bought that Illusions shirt online. That's cool. Quentin says, how far do we think Julie can story walk back to like the very, very beginning? Yes, I think she can story walk all the way back. It'll be hard for her because I don't think she can control it, like where exactly she goes. It may be kind of random. But I do think it's possible that she can go back, and I think she will go back. Maybe not till season 5, but I think she'll go back and show us scenes from the very beginning, the origin story. Ayush says, when Monster says to Julie, don't you recognize me? What does that mean? Also, in Sheriff's Station, we saw a map. There was a point written Norman. I think that just means that the monsters can read people's minds, and they know everybody's names. Jasmine Monster said to Kevin, we know all your names. No, she said it to Trudy, I think. We know all your names.
My girl, Trudy.
Yeah. And so that suggests that they just are able to read minds via the evil entity. And they know how to get in people's heads and manipulate them to trick them into coming close enough to kill them or letting them in. So that's all I think that means. And the Norman thing is interesting. Yeah, I think there was a real person named Norman who came to town. And it probably doesn't really have any connection to Ethan's finger puppet, I don't think. But there are names of lots of people on the map. Everybody they know who's come to town in the last few years. Miss Joan thinks Martin is definitely a story walker. I think that's likely too. And Miss Joan thinks that the teen boy monster was Martin, and that's how he recognized Julie, and that's who said that about Julie, or to Julie. Don't even remember me.
Christine said normal man, but also Norman means like Viking, and it makes me think of the people that came there in 1506.
Mm-hmm.
Or earlier. I guess it was Italians that came in 1506. Before that.
Right. Okay, so now Jim visits Donna at Colony House, and he wants to talk about the voice on the radio. So she doesn't want to talk about it in front of other people, so she brings him to like a quiet spot away from everybody. And so she says, I'm going to put this as delicately as possible. How fucking stupid are you? You want to know if I heard something? Yeah, I heard it. I heard some spooky motherfucker warn you about your wife 2 minutes before your house collapsed. Jim says, that means there are people out there who can see us. And Don is like, and what part of you thinks that's a good sign? Do you realize what happened here after you ran off? The fucking lights exploded. One of my people almost went blind. If there's really someone watching us, they sure as shit aren't helping us. What do you think they'll do if they find out that we know about them? And assuming that it's actually a person on the other end of the line. There are things around here that walk and talk just like us until they walk up to you and rip your fucking guts out. How do you know it wasn't one of them? I am not saying ignore it. You already got people upset with your tower. We keep our fucking mouths shut until we know more. So, I mean, she makes some good points. Obviously, like, if there's obviously someone out there who can see them, who knew Tabitha was digging in the basement, and bad things are happening to them. So whoever's watching them, they're not helping them. At least, one entity isn't. I think another entity is helping, the boy in white entity. But, the lights exploded, like, all signs are pointing to an entity there that's watching them, that is hurting them. But the thing is, she said, what do you think they'll do if they find out that we know about them? Well, they spoke to this voice on the radio, and Jim had a back and forth conversation. So the entity already knows that he is aware of them. So that part of her argument doesn't really work. Like, it's not as if they heard the voice and then just didn't answer it. Jim talked back and forth with the voice, so they know that Jim is aware of them at the very least. So, but I can see why she would be concerned that if they tell everybody, the entity might be mad that everybody knows about it. And she's right that it may not be a person. As we find out later, she's right that it's not a person on the other end of the line. It's, as it turns out, it's the man in yellow evil entity. So it's not one of the monsters, but it's a higher level entity. So she's right, it's not a person, which is what makes the most sense in this supernatural place, that it's not a person. So Donna's instincts are correct. I don't think that they should have just kept it from everybody, though. I really think they should have told the key players, definitely Boyd and Jade, because he's the smartest person in town. Tabitha, but Jim already did tell her, at least. And yeah, but at this I can see, I can understand why some people use this as fuel for their argument that she's a mole, because right in the same episode as this sauce ghost Katri tells Boyd to keep his fucking mouth shut to Kenny, not tell Kenny about Sarah, she tells Jim to keep his fucking mouth shut about the voice on the radio. It's like, is the evil entity wanting to shut everybody up? I can see the argument for it, but I still maintain I don't think this place needs a mole. The evil entity knows all and sees all, and I don't think Donna is a mole.
Well, then also Victor gets tells people not to do much or not to, remember too much or, say anything because the entity will get angry, kind of a thing.
Right.
There'll be pushback. I mean, other people said pushback too.
Right. So, yeah, I'm still team no mole. But let's see what you guys think in the chat before we go on to the next, the last couple scenes. Miss Jones says, man in yellow, not the big bad. Someone bigger than the true ancient evil. The red figure in the cave. So I would say, like, the man in the yellow suit literally is not the big bad, but I do think that entity is the big bad. It's a shapeshifter. It's an ancient shape-shifting evil entity. And it took the form of a man in a yellow suit for now, and now it's going to shift into something else. But you never know. Maybe there's an entity above him. The red figure in the cave, I think that's just a symbol of the immortality of the monsters, because it looks just like the red membrane that was on Smiley when he stood up and got reborn out of the pod. So I think that's all of that is, just a symbol of the immortal monsters.
Yeah, because I know when we were interviewing Jamie McGuire, he said he had to use multiple of those membranes, so they probably had to get it just right, so it looked like that.
Yes. And Christine thinks Boyd is the mole. Quentin says maybe they screwed up with the whole mole part of when it will happen, because now we have a scenario where the man in yellow may turn into a mole. That's true. Now I could see, I could actually see this. I'm willing to entertain mole theories now regarding the man in yellow. I think he could turn into a mole who, like, I will even, like, I'm open-minded enough to consider he could be Sophia. That I really find that theory interesting. That he could shapeshift into Sophia. Maybe he kills the real Sophia and disposes of her body, and he takes over. This is not my theory. This is going around in the fandom right now. Mm-hmm. And he takes over. He turns himself into Sophia, shapeshifts into her, and then he just assimilates into the town. And someone in my comment section of one of my videos today said that maybe as Sophia, he starts a cult that tries to convince people to do a sacrifice. Oh my God, would that be fitting? I mean, that would be fitting. I think ultimately the evil entity does want to convince people in the end that they need to sacrifice children in order to escape and to fully break them as characters and then wipe the board clean. What better way to do it than to masquerade as a religious person and start a cult? I think that's a cool theory.
Yeah, there's gonna be a little dancing with that one though, because he's gotta get out of the forest, and then there's Sophie's dad to take into account, and a little bit of logistics in there.
The logistics would be tricky.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I like it because I think it's interesting.
It is. Like maybe he kills the real Sophia, and he turns into her. It could happen. And like suppose this all happens on the outside of town, and then that's why the pastor. It occurred to me today when I read that person's comment. I thought maybe the man in yellow right outside of town kills Sophia, and right in front of her father, the pastor, and that's why he drives into town and freaks out so much that he drives straight into the sheriff's station. You know, like he completely loses his shit because he saw his daughter getting killed, then taken over by, you know, some other entity takes over her body, and he just loses his mind. It's out there. The logistics are difficult, but I think it's a cool theory. It also kind of fits with Sophia's name, meaning wisdom. And so you could substitute her name with knowledge comes at a cost. Sophia comes at a cost. The mantra of the man in yellow, the evil entity. And the first episode of season 4 is titled The Arrival. I mean, like, why title it The Arrival as if Sophia's arrival is that important? I mean, is she really going to be that important as a new character that you title the whole episode The Arrival? I find that odd. I know that she's going to be a series regular. That's how they announced it. She's going to be a regular, but why title the whole episode after her arrival? Is she that huge of a player?
I don't know. Maybe she's not the only thing that's arriving.
Maybe. You know, like they put a lot of thought into their titles, you know, so I don't think they just did that, you know, made that decision lightly, especially titling the first episode of the season. So I don't know. And also fits well, you know, with my original theory too, because I had a theory that the man in yellow was going to be the new arrival this season, but they wouldn't know it's him. You know, I thought it would be Doug in a clean suit looking like a normal person, and they wouldn't know it's him. But you know, once I saw this casting announcement that there was going to be a new arrival named Sophia, I discarded that theory. But hey, maybe it'll actually turn out to be true, and it's her. Interesting. It's an interesting thought.
The Bible also arrives.
Oh yeah, Karl just pointed out that the Bible also arrives with her. Christine says, "Man in yellow is Father Katri." Miss Jones says, "Have you seen that picture of the man who painted it? The entity is 10 feet tall. Man in yellow is under. Man in yellow turns into Acosta or Sophia." The man who painted it. What do you mean? The picture of the man who painted it. Let's see. Ayush says, "I think Man in Yellow too once entered that town and he was a normal guy, but in greed of immortality, he sacrificed his child too." Yeah. I think he was a normal guy too. I think when he first got there, he was a normal person, and I think he was probably a past leader of the town in a previous timeline. And that's why on the season 4 poster, Boyd is standing there with the man in yellow, a painting of the man in yellow behind him, overlapping him, as if Boyd is they're trying to make Boyd the new man in yellow to break him down.
I thought the man in yellow was the old Mr. Fishellows.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I doubt that he was that. I doubt anybody was ever as effective as Boyd, as a Mr. Fish and Loaves. But I
say somebody coming and leading and helping people could be the man in yellow's role before he was corrupted.
Right. And I think he was probably the leader of the town. And then he was broken, you know, that he was targeted more than anybody else, just like Boyd is now. He was broken completely. And then the evil entity has shapeshifted into him. That's what I think. Ayush says Arrival is going to be Man in Yellow or New Monsters, and the daytime is going to be bad too. Well, maybe the new Scarecrow monsters arrive too, you know. So it could have more than one meaning for sure. Tevi says that would be awesome if Kenny finally gets to kiss a girl and it turns out to be Doug. Oh, that's great. Don't forget the name Boyd literally means yellow. Ooh, that's right, Debbie. Interesting. Miss Jones says the man who painted it in real life to show the scale of how large it is in real life. Oh, okay.
I thought Jeff Bender did that painting. Did he not do that painting?
Yeah, he did the one that was featured in season 3. Maybe, but there's another one now. I don't know. Maybe there's a different one that he didn't paint. There's the one on the poster. That's a different version.
Maybe they're talking about what the poster is, the graphics on the poster.
Yeah, maybe. Ayush says, have you seen new leaks of season 4? From season 4. Wait, don't tell me there are leaks. Oh no, I don't want there to be leaks. Man in yellow and maybe her wife, they were both in yellow colored cloth and they had a doll. Oh, I hope that's not a real leak that we're not supposed to see. Because in season 3 there were a lot of leaks and that became a big problem.
Yeah, there was a leak right in our chat about Tilly being murdered by Fatima, and we like kind of laughed it off, and then we found out it was right.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a family
really
now.
hope...
Now there's a family in yellow that we have to contend with.
Oh my god. I really hope that they keep a lid on the leaks this time around. Okay, I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything, and then we'll go on to the last couple scenes. Quentin says, the my blood is your blood now. Do you think that could have been a ritual Boyd did without knowing, which is why the baby became Smiley? Well, that certainly fits. The only problem is that Fatima already suspected she was pregnant before that happened. I think it would have worked perfectly if it was like that. It fits, right? But I think Fatima already talked to Christy about suspecting she was pregnant before that. But I really like that idea. All right, so now let's go on to Randall kicking the crap out of this guy for touching his stuff. He doesn't understand the rules around here. You know, he can't just make new rules for himself if he wants to live here. Everyone at Colony House shares everything. And Donna comes in and let's see. Donna comes in and confronts him about it. Sorry, I'm trying to find my place in the notes. Okay. So that's basically it for that scene. The gist of it. And then over at the church, Kenny said to Sarah, he's like, Boyd said you saved his life. And Sarah says, it wasn't me, it's hard to explain. Boyd, it's interesting to me that Boyd still feels that the boy in white / Sarah saved his life, even though he wound up in the dungeon. I mean, it's true, because otherwise he would have just died out there. He wound up with the worms under his skin and went through a horrible experience, but Sarah did save his life by telling him to get in the tree, and that storm was just insane. So the boy in white did help him in that way. I mean, right from Boyd's mouth, he said Sarah saved his life, and it was really the boy in white telling her they need to get in that tree. So even though Boyd went through hell as a result of it, it was better than dying out there. So the boy in white, you know, he has Machiavellian, he takes Machiavellian actions sometimes, but he is trying to help as best he can. And I think he probably sent Boyd there to get the worms ultimately with an end game of Julie gaining story walking abilities, because that's where that led ultimately. And Julie's abilities will be able to help them gain insight into past timelines, I think. So anyway, back to this scene. Kenny says, Boyd said you're hearing voices, and that's why you tried to kill Ethan, and how you wound up killing Nathan. How does a voice inside your head convince you to do something like that? Wouldn't your first reaction, or wouldn't your first thought be that you're losing your mind or that it's a bad idea? She says, you don't understand. And he responds that people are going to freak out when they find out about her. And that doesn't just hurt her. It hurts Boyd, and he can't let that happen. So he begs her to convince him that she doesn't belong in the box. And she basically says she can't. She doesn't want this. That Boyd gave her a chance she didn't deserve. And she's grateful. She's glad she got to help, but now she's back and she's done things that she can't undo. So she's basically saying she wants to die now. She wants to go in the box, and she can't convince him that she doesn't deserve to go in it. A lot like Frank. She's broken, like Frank became broken. Broken people don't survive there. She just wants to die. She has a death wish now. She killed her brother Nathan by accident, and she can't live with herself, and she thinks she deserves to go in the box. Also for the other things that she did, which she's about to tell Kenny. So Kenny says that they can make people understand. The town is so hard on everyone, and I know you thought you found a way. I know it was horrible, that it was unforgivable, but maybe if we can find a way to make people understand why you did the things you did. And she's like, Kenny, stop. There's something I need to tell you. So Sarah spills the beans. The confession is off screen. Stupid. She took the selfish action of clearing her conscience by telling him something she should have just kept to herself. That was her just trying to clear her conscience, and she shouldn't have done it. And this is why I think Ghost Katri's advice was bad, because now Kenny has learned this horrible truth from Sarah instead of Boyd. And the fact that he kept it from him and lied makes it so much worse. I think he could have forgiven Boyd a little easier if the truth had come from him instead. Because like Elgin says in the season 4 trailer, the truth always comes to light eventually. And it does. Boyd's secrets come to light. And more of Boyd's secrets, I think, are going to come out in season 4. So he should just stop keeping so many secrets. I know I get why he does it, and sometimes it is for the best, but it's going to come back to haunt him. So he should have just hurried up and told Kenny the truth himself, instead of leaving him alone with Sarah, who he's trusting way too much. He shouldn't have trusted her not to just blurt out the truth to him. So yeah, I think the evil entity was playing Boyd through Ghost Katri there, and just got what it wanted. Sarah learned the truth from somebody else. And that will hurt Boyd because he'll lose the guy who's watching his 6, Kenny. He'll lose him for a while. So over here at Colony House, Donna says to Fatima she knows Randall's type. Everything's a battle. So she doesn't think it's going to get better with him. And, she just grabs an axe, marches out there, and like the badass that she is, she orders Randall to get up and says, if you don't like the rules here, you can live somewhere else. And she hacks into the wall above him on the couch. He gets up and she takes him down to live on the bus. That's really comical, I have to say. His reaction to her with the axe, and once again Donna with the axe losing her shit, is really funny to me.
That's one of Donna's finest moments, I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Fatima's face. Yeah, I loved that. So she marches him down to the bus. They get on it. And she gives him a talisman. And there's the blood stain from the elderly couple still on the floor. So, no more cushy life at Colony House if you can't respect the rules. She says that he has to make sure the talisman stays hung up, because if it falls on the floor, it's just a rock. And she refuses to let him hurt any more of her people. And he still doesn't get that all of this is real. It'll take him longer than most. And now every night you'll see the monsters come out and realize there is no way out. I think that was really the best way to handle him. This was the best way to do it. Make him confronted with the reality of his place every night. Make him watch the monsters outside. prowling around. This is all too real. And if he can't respect the rules, this is how it has to be. I mean, like, I wouldn't like people touching my stuff either, but he could have handled it in a different way other than kicking the guy in the ribs multiple times. Like, that's just uncalled for and unacceptable. And again, you know, he's living off them. You know, they're keeping him safe in that house, and these are their rules, like it or not. So I agree with this decision, and I think it was necessary to humble him and make him come face to face with the reality of this place every night. And he later in season 3 talks about how he observes the monsters every night, and they do the same things every night. They have the same patterns, which is creepy. Now, over at the church, Boyd looks for Kenny and runs into Tilly outside, who says she saw Kenny going in the clinic. Once again, Fanny Pack Granny was sus, turning into the town gossip overnight without any period of adjustment at all. But as it turned out, she was just a nosy old lady. A nosy old lady who wasn't scared of anything anymore because she was dying anyway. And let's see. There's only one more scene. I'll go over to the chat first, and then we'll discuss the last scene. Let's see. Yes, please no leaks. I'm gonna start saying that, I think, in the live streams. We don't want to hear any leaks. If anybody comes across leaks from season 4, we got to keep a lid on those because we want to keep this spoiler free for everybody. Yes.
You could just put that in the rules, because sometimes when people go into the comments, they have to hit like an okay on some rules, and you could just no spoilers in the rules.
Yeah, I can do that. I already have be respectful in there, so I can add that. Yes, no leaks. So yeah, Jack Bender stands in front of a painting to show the scale of a red figure, 10 feet tall, man in yellow. Wow, I haven't seen that. That's interesting. I wonder where you saw that, Miss Joan. I'm curious. Good night, Mark. Mark said, I'm going to try to sleep. Thanks so much, Julie, Scarlet, and all. These streams are so fun. Well, thank you for being here.
Yeah.
We appreciate you. LV says, okay, guys, who are the fairies? We've forgotten about the fairies. Usually fairies are tricksters. You're talking about, I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah. But he spelled it as fairies, though.
That's the other way of spelling.
Oh, I've never seen it.
That's the nice way.
Yeah. He doesn't mean like boats. or
Okay.
does he mean like boats?
Okay, I've never seen it spelled that way. Yeah, that's interesting. There could be, there could be like fairies or fae somehow involved in all of this. I think that was a really common theory before. Now, maybe that's what the monsters were turned into when they were made into these immortal creatures. Miss Jones says he has that paper with the date in his pocket that took him to the dungeon. Yes, I agree. I think that paper that says 1864 in Boyd's pocket is what sent him to the dungeon in 1864 in the dream state. I agree. Let's see. Ayush says, when Randall put a gun on Kenny, someone knocked the door and Kenny took the gun, but if it was a monster, why would it knock on the door and for once only? Maybe it was future Julie. Yes, we actually just rewatched and covered that episode, and we were talking about that it might have been future Julie. I find that stuff interesting. It's a good theory. Let's see. Donna put Randall in timeout for infinity. Yes, she did. She definitely put him in his place. Okay, I was confused because Christine was saying good night to Daryl. I was like, no way is Daryl actually leaving before the end of the stream. I would be shocked if that happened. He never does. Okay, so Daryl is sticking around, and we're almost done. We have one more scene, and then we will be done for the night. So let's see. Daryl says people thought Tilly was so sus for seeing where Kenny went. For Pete's sake, she just has eyes. It's just that she always seemed to know where different people were. This isn't the only scene where that happened. I get why people thought she was sus for a while there. Christine thinks Randall is a good guy. Oh yeah, I mean, I think he's good at heart. He has heroic instincts. He runs to the rescue whenever someone's in serious trouble, even if it's a total stranger, and he puts his life on the line. I mean, you can't say someone like that is a bad person. I think he has anger management issues. He's probably been through some kind of trauma, and he just needed to be humbled, and now he's on a redemption arc. So he doesn't play well with people, and he's changed a lot by season 3. LV says Tilly was good. She had to be taken out because she had a connection to the spirit world that the entity didn't allow. The tarot cards. Those birds reported she was using them. LV, I think you may be right about that. I definitely think that the evil entity intervened and stopped her from gaining some kind of insight through the tarot cards. The timing of it was way too suspicious. The Watchers. Yeah, The Watchers was a good movie. The movie about Faye. Debbie said the fairies who help at the Lake of Tears or boats. Oh, okay. So that's what I forget who it was who was talking about fairies. Yeah, Ethan, I forgot about that. Ethan said that in his story about Norman, the secret fairies were going to come from the Lake of Tears and heal Norman. So yeah, where does that come into play in the show? That's a good question. Is there
maybe that's how he accepts his fake dad as being alive, because he's like, the fairies must have healed you, Dad.
yeah, maybe if, temporarily the man in yellow shapeshifts into Jim, and Ethan accepts it because he thinks the secret fairies saved him. Could be. Christine says maybe the Bible was written by all the same people who put people into these situations and write about what happens. Yeah, kind of like Father Katri's theory that they were all living in a book 74 of the Bible. Quentin says, if the man in yellow can story walk, maybe Julie will become broken after failing to save everyone and becomes the new woman in the yellow jacket. Yeah, I mean, could be. I don't know. I don't think Julie's gonna break though. I think Julie will be okay. But yeah, you never know. Let's see, Debbie says, "Oh yes, the large creeping black monsters from Victor's drawings. I thought were the Slua, an angry form of Fae." All right.
Yeah, I heard a yellow jacket. I thought you guys were talking about yellow jackets.
Yeah, like someone say
yellow jacket. Shauna?
Yeah, that will always summon you. LV says, I hope they didn't make Man in Yellow a red herring. I doubt that, but the man in the yellow suit might not be a form that we see for very long, I'm afraid, though. It looks like he's got to take off that suit and shift into something else pretty fast. Doesn't mean that he was a red herring, but that entity is a shapeshifter that's going to turn into other things. So I wouldn't call it a red herring. But I want to see more of Doug as the man in yellow, so I really hope we get more of him. Daryl says me leaving before the stream ends would be more shocking than Kenny finally getting smashed. Yes, it would. It would be shocking. Daryl also says Karl appearance. He heard you.
Yeah. I'm always lurking in the background.
Daryl says Julie getting her brother killed would break her. That's for sure. If that were to happen, that would break her. And I agree, Miss Joan, that Jade and Tabby are the Chromonocles, 100%. Let's see. LV says something else that was emphasized in one of the songs, fire and water. I think last night our story is missing fire and water mythology. Oh, okay. Debbie says definitely Julie. Man in Yellow is a form it takes, and he's changing. Okay, so on to the last scene of the episode. Kenny looks at the spot where his father's body was found, the bloody stain in the clinic basement. And Boyd finds him there. And he talks about how before he came here, he never once remembered seeing his mom cry. And now he sees her cry every night. She's sobbing in her room, convinced it was her fault, that if she'd been there with his dad, he wouldn't have opened the door and let those things in. But he didn't open the door, did he? And Boyd says, I found out the night before I left. I was going to tell you. And that Sarah was the one who opened the door, is what he's talking about. Kenny says, when exactly were you planning on telling me? See, that's the thing. That's always what happens. Somebody neglects to tell the truth about something they did. And even if they were planning on telling the truth, if that gets out, if somebody else tells them first, it's even more of a betrayal. And how can you prove that you were going to tell the truth on your own? They'll never know for sure if you really would have come forward and told the truth on your own. And now they're in that situation, and that betrayal makes the crime even worse. You know, the cover up is worse than the crime, you know, in some cases. And, you know, so that makes Kenny lose trust in Boyd. So keeping that secret from him was bad. It was a bad idea because he couldn't keep a lid on Sarah. He couldn't trust her to keep her mouth shut. Like I've said over and over again. Kenny said, she's going in the box. She's going in the fucking box. She killed my dad. They tore him to pieces, and you knew. You fucking knew. You watched your own fucking six. That's a gut punch. The episode started with a really touching scene of him becoming Boyd's deputy and agreeing to watch his six. And Boyd became his father figure after he kind of lost his with his dad having dementia and all. And now he's really lost his dad for real, and he loses his father figure at the same time. You know, he's recently lost his dad, and now he loses his father figure, Boyd. That's a hard scene to watch, and he throws his badge at him, or at the, you know, on the floor, and leaves. That sucks. I really like Boyd and Kenny's relationship. I hated that. I hated seeing that fall apart. We got Boyd and Ellis back together, and now Boyd and Kenny's relationship falls apart. So that's the end of episode 4. So we did it. We covered 4 episodes of season 2 in just a matter of a couple of days, in 3 days.
Yay.
So we're progressing through. We're moving forward. This is the point in the rewatch where we stopped last time. I'm pretty sure we stopped with this one. So we never got further than this. So now we're in uncharted territory from here on out with the rewatch. And this time last year is around when we stopped. We got busy with other things. So now we're going to finish this. So we have the next 2 episodes we're going to cover are episodes 5 and 6. season 2, episodes 5 and 6. We'll do that next week. That should be, if all goes well, that'll be on Wednesday. And we'll probably do a season 4 theory live on Monday night. I'll go over to the chat one more time. Miss Jones says.
They're not working anymore. My goats.
that one doesn't work right. That one's broken.
Goats need a new battery.
Yeah. Oh, Miss Jones. Miss Jones says I put the link to the pictures in the cave in the chat, or you can Google. It may be pick on MGM. Oh, okay. YouTube automatically just takes links out unless you have a wrench, unfortunately. The pictures in the cave. I really want to see that. Let me see. If I give you a wrench, then you can put the link in again. I'll see if I can get the page to load enough for me to give you a wrench so you can put the link in again if you'd like. There are no secrets in From. All comes out. Yeah, and I want to see that picture. I really do want to see that picture. And I agree. Yeah, there are no secrets in From. It always comes out. A powerful ending indeed, Daryl. LV, jukebox song Town Without Pity by Gene Pitney. Yes. Yes. Daryl says season 2 is my fave. It's way better than some people say. I agree. I think season 2 gets a bad rap sometimes. Sometimes it can be a little convoluted to understand the whole cicada entity thing.
Yeah.
It gets confusing, and I do think there are some flaws in the writing, but it's an excellent season 2. I do think that the season 1 is the strongest. It's the strongest out of the 3, in my opinion. But I love every season.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most shows, the first season is their best season.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. I'll. Wait a sec. I'm gonna just mute for 1 sec.
Okay, I'll do some goat play.
Okay.
There's a goat interlude.
Terrell says episodes. By the way, Miss Joan, I gave you a wrench. If you want to put the link in the chat again, it'll work this time, if you wouldn't mind. Daryl says episodes 5 and 6. Actually, it's not even called a wrench anymore. On YouTube, it doesn't look like a wrench. It has a badge or a shield. It looks like either a badge or a shield. But anyway, I gave you what you need to be able to put a link in the chat, basically. Daryl says episodes 5 and 6 are even better. So episode 5 has the great Sarah drama, and episode 6 with the Ellis getting stabbed situation. To be honest, I didn't like the Sarah drama. I thought it was too soapy. It was too soapy for me. But that's just my opinion. Quentin says, who is the most important character to this show? In Lost, there were a lot of important characters, but in the end, it was Jack. I'd have to say Boyd, and they're very similar, actually. They're both the hero of the show. They're the leader. They have hero complexes. They feel like they have to save everyone. So I think Boyd is like the new Jack.
Well, he's on all the posters. He's on every season poster.
Yes. Like Daryl says, Boyd is the main character in From, like how Jack was the main in Lost. Debbie says, yeah, another one of the jukebox songs is Psycho Killer. Yes. It's a little bit on the nose, but okay, so we've got the link here. I'm going to click on it from Miss Joan, and you're welcome, and thank you for the link. Let's see. Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna share the screen to show the picture of how it shows how tall. Like there's somebody standing next to the cave mural, and it shows just how big the scale is.
Yeah. I think I've seen it.
Oops, I've gotta choose my Reddit account. I've never had to do that before. Okay, there we go. I didn't have to do that. Yeah, there's somebody standing right there. Interesting. So it shows you the scale of it. That's cool. Thanks for sharing. I've never actually seen that before. So, Quentin says the edible sounds are crazy. Sounds like Kanye is making an instrumental. Yeah. Scarlet started using the goat noises when we covered Severance because there are goats in that, and then it just kind of stuck. It stuck around. Christine says if you look closely at the picture behind the red figure, there are people. They look like shadows, but there's actually people, and I think it's the whole entire story under the red monster. I think you're right, Christine. I think this is telling the story from left to right of how every cycle works. I think, in stages. I think this mural tells that story. And anyway, so that's gonna do it for us. Scarlet, thanks for hanging in this long.
There's also goats in from. I said there's goats in from. Goats in
Yes.
Yellow Jackets. There was a goat in the artist that I covered with Jamie. So this has come in quite handy.
Yeah, it's surprising how many shows we cover that have goats.
Easy to get goat wranglers, I guess.
I guess so. So yeah, that's season 2, episodes 3 and 4, rewatch. And we will be on to episodes 5 and 6 next Wednesday. And we'll most likely do the next live Monday night. If not Monday, if Monday doesn't work out, then we'll do what we did this week, and we'll do Tuesday, Thursday instead. It'll be Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. If Monday doesn't work out, that'll be how it goes. And the next live will be a theory live diving into season 4 theories. So anything goes there. We can do any from theories. We'll probably talk like biggest unanswered questions. We'll look at some victor drawings. We've already, I think we've gotten about as much as we could get out of the trailer, but we can talk whatever other theories people have about that too. This has been awesome. Well, thank you, Daryl, as always, being the MVP of the chat here from start to finish, the only one from start to finish. Thank you so much. Christine says, loved it. Thank you for the live stream. Good day, everyone. Well, good day to you too. Thank you so much. Debbie says, and now I get to rewatch the beginning. Replay squad. Thank you so much, Debbie. Thank you for always being the captain of the replay squad. And if anybody hasn't seen my latest theory video, it's pinned at the top of the chat right now. It's the Jade theory video on what's going to happen in the cave and the identity of the mysterious corpse. And if you haven't seen it, it's only 11 minutes long. So please give it a view and a like and a comment if you have a moment. Even a short comment like an emoji triggers the algorithm. Hyping it is really, really helpful. The hype points are driving some extra views that it wouldn't have gotten otherwise. So if you're able to hype the video, I would really appreciate that. And ways to...
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What were you going to say, Carl?
I think I was going to say what you were about to say. How can people really show, besides comments and views, how can people really show their appreciation to what it is that you do?
Well, if anybody is able to donate, wants to donate, I have 2 different ways to give donations. I'm not monetized, so we don't have super chats or memberships, but there's the Cashapp and the Venmo in the description of this video, and they're always scrolling at the bottom of the screen too. I'm gonna get some kind of, I think I'm gonna get a PayPal as well, because that's international, and Venmo, Cash App, those are only US. So I'm working on that. I gotta remember to do that, to set up a PayPal for that. And I think I'm gonna start using my Buy Me a Coffee one again, because that one is international too. So those are ways that people can offer support. StreamYard is very expensive, and to be honest, I'm struggling to afford it now. It's really ridiculous how much it costs to run the channel. So yeah, any amount is appreciated, and nothing is too small. Small things that are like the amount of a tip, when multiplied by a few people, it wouldn't take long before it would add up. You'd be surprised. So anyway, that's gonna do it for us, and yeah, we'll see you most likely Monday night, but I'll make an announcement if it's gonna be Tuesday instead, if for some reason I'm not up to doing it on Monday. And like Debbie says, you can also share my videos, save it to a playlist, like, hype, subscribe, and donate, and be a patron of the arts. Yeah, you can do that. I need to make a Patreon. I keep forgetting to do that. That's another way people could support if I make a Patreon. That's also, I think, international too. Good night, Jehovah Sins. Quentin said, "Thank you again, Julie. The goat sounds are because you're the goat." That's cool. I forget what else I was gonna say. I guess that's it. I'm tired. I need to go now. It's 5 a.m. my time.
Get yourselves home.
And join the Discord. That's it. Join the Discord if you're not in there already. And the link to the Discord is in the description of the video. Yeah. Join the Discord. Keep the conversation going in there. And if you have any theories that are too big to fit in the chat and you want us to discuss them, you can post them in there and tag me, and I'll be willing and open to discussing them on the live. So, and we'll also do season 4 watch parties in there when the new season drops in season 4.
Too big to fit. Hello.
Yeah. So,
Gonna say, and there could be special guest stars in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, and we just had a fun watch party last night with Doug Hughes, who plays the Man in Yellow, in the Discord. So if you want to get in on stuff like that, join us in there. So anyway, that's it. Have a good day or a good night, everybody. And we'll see you on the next one. Good night, Scarlet.
Good night. Don't shapeshift into anything that I don't want you shaped into, everyone. Good night.
Okay, good night, Carl.
Good night, Carl.
Carl, yeah. That's right.
Good night.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with the mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind this slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we rarely frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the last of us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frum's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't